What's your favorite scary movie?
This is Halloween Town.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Beetlejuice.
You know, it's Halloween. I guess everyone's entitled to one good scare.
Well, I attended Juilliard. I'm a graduate of Harvard Business School. I travel quite extensively. I lived through the Black Plague and had a pretty good time during that. I've seen The Exorcist about 167 times, and it keeps getting funnier every single time I see it. Not to mention the fact that you're talking to a dead guy. Now, what do you think? You think I'm qualified?
Well, do you have the best credentials of all, a liberal arts degree?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this season of the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. Woo! You might notice it's the beginning of October, at least when this comes out. We're kind of doing a whole season of spooky picks.
We're doing
Why
a
does it
thing.
feel so cold in here, Sprinks?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know. You're looking quite blue, and that's only for the visual side of things. But we're not there yet. So with me today we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And now is the bit where I go, hey, if you're listening from the Phantom Zone, you can find Cheap Seat Critics Podcast on Twitter, Instagram, LetterBoxd, Facebook, TikTok, as well as YouTube and Rumble for a visual side of things, even though it's an audio podcast. I know, we get it, but some prefer it.
Yeah.
And today we're covering the movie Beetlejuice, the ghost with the most, simply kind of picked for the popularity around him kind of nowadays, with the second film coming out, or already out, I believe at this time, of Beetlejuice.
You said it 3 times now. Oh my gosh.
Dude, is he here?
I don't know.
Busy. He's busy. He's got to sign all those fans. Be there for his fans and everything.
Yeah.
Are we fans? We'll figure it out. Let's see. I got some facts and we got histories. Let's start with histories. Let's go down the line with that.
All right, histories. I'll go first. Hi, I'm a geeky writer. This is a kind of a family favorite. I know I've watched it a lot peripherally growing up. I don't know if it's been a long time since I sat down and watched the movie from beginning to end until we watched it for the podcast. I think, though, it left quite an impression on me. It doesn't surprise me this was a family cult classic. I attribute a lot of the adults in my family to we're a very Addams Family inspired family sometimes. So this feels right in line with the sort of stuff that my family really loves growing up. And I'm specifically referring to my mom. This is very much her aesthetic, that sort of Tim Burton gothic kind of aesthetic. So I had a lot of that in my life growing up, and I still have a lot of it now as lingering influences. So I do have quite a long, extensive history with this movie in particular, but it was kind of nice to rewatch and refresh my memory of all of this, because there was some stuff in here that I had completely forgotten were a part of this film.
All right. For me, I saw this for the first time with Sprinks. 2015, 16, 18? All right, felt longer. I guess I was out of school at that point then. A while ago, long time. First time, I hadn't seen it since for the pod, so I've seen it twice. I'll let Sprinks elaborate more on the first viewing. I'm sure it'll be brought up. I have listened to the O'Day Banana Boat song a lot. I listened to it a lot when I was a kid. I had it on CD. I don't know what CD, and I didn't know it was connected to Beetlejuice until I saw Beetlejuice. The connection through that. And I saw, for the podcast, the 20th anniversary physical copy, which had some interesting special features, including 3 episodes of the animated show. So I saw 1 episode of the animated show because I was curious. And there's also a version of the movie with just music. No Foley, no dialogue, just music. The full-length film. So I saw a
Interesting.
few minutes of that.
So like it would be
Yeah,
it's not necessarily, well, I guess it would be a silent film almost then. Yeah.
Yeah, you just got the soundtrack and the music. That's it.
Yeah, it sounds like
It
something
was
Tim
very
Burton
interesting.
would do.
And that is my history.
It's interesting if that was made somewhat to see Danny Elfman's score lining up with scenes. Like just like how well of a puzzle piece it is.
Perhaps. You know.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, with my history, this is probably my 15th or 16th time seeing Beetlejuice. It's a family favorite, spooky holiday time during the Burr months of watching it, and fits in line with the Tim Burton. And let's see, I don't know which one it was. Probably 12th, 13th watch was the one Crimson brought up, which we watched after celebrating New Year's Eve. On New Year's Day at 1 in the morning, we decided to watch Beetlejuice because Crimson had never seen it before. And that's about it. I know I have seen bits and pieces of the 90s animated cartoon show. I've never... What was it? I think they made like a continuation story thing of a book, if I'm remembering correctly, which I never read. And haven't played it yet, but Beetlejuice is an ad character in the multiverse game. I haven't touched that yet. So.
Wait, he's
I've
actually
also seen the first 2 trailers of the Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, also that too. As of this recording, have not seen Beetlejuice, but I plan to.
as do I at some point.
I
You
actually
guys must
might
have
be
liked
able
the
to.
movie.
Might actually be able to touch on that if this all lines up. Timey-wimey stuff. If this all lines up, I might be able to cover a bit of that in the recap for this season.
Guess we'll see.
Yes, we'll see.
No
Anywho.
promises.
Got some facts here about the film. Its initial release date was March 30th, 1988. Not close to Halloween. So, which
It can be
I don't know if
gothic
it's
anytime
standard
of
for that,
year.
but yeah.
Though
Its runtime is. Go ahead.
Yeah, though I said, though I agree, it's definitely very much a it feels like a Halloween movie.
Certainly turned into one.
It has a runtime of 1 hour and 32 minutes. Its budget was 15 million USD with a box office total of 74.7 million USD. It's rated PG, which is interesting because it has an F-bomb in it, as well as its genre being comedy/horror/fantasy. It is directed by none other than Tim Burton, who has done such things such as the 2001 edition of Planet of the Apes, Corpse Bride, the 1989 Batman, and 2 music videos for The Killers, which were the songs Bones and Here With Me.
Interesting.
Then I have a couple fun facts here. Fun fact number 1, the studio originally wanted to call let me finish. Hang on. The studio originally wanted to call the film House Ghosts. As a joke, Tim Burton suggested the name Scared Sheetless and was horrified to hear when the studio actually considered using it.
I think that's a good name.
That's a good name. I don't know what he's worried
First one
about.
was not good.
No. Almost cut myself off there. These are taken off the internet, all these facts, so take them with a grain of salt of how true or how false they may be. Second fun fact. The film was the first DVD sent out by Netflix in 1998.
Man,
Interesting.
isn't that a blast from the past? Remember when Netflix used to mail DVDs to you?
Yeah.
When they weren't an evil corporation yet.
Well, yeah, they didn't have a monopoly on the streaming industry for a couple of years. It tends to go to your head, you know.
Yeah.
Netflix did it first, and everyone copied.
This next one, I'm curious how, if at all, changes something for writer. Michael Keaton, as Beetlejuice, ad-libbed 90% of his lines in this movie.
He did a good job because it's an iconic character. No, it wouldn't affect anything in this case.
Okay. Follow up to that, Michael Keaton, playing the title character, only appears in 14 and a half minutes of the entire film.
The darn shame.
It
Yeah.
could-
I think I'm actually okay with that though. Ultimately, I think too much of him would have been overwhelming for the film.
I don't know if it would have been overwhelming. It depends on how they go about it, but I think it's totally fine, the screen time he has. I'm hoping this isn't like the situation Sinister brought up when we covered Apple Dumpling Gang, and how he would have liked just a movie of Theodore and Amos. And when that answer did occur, it was not what any of us wanted.
That's
I hope
Beetlejuice
second,
seems
yeah,
like
the
it's going to be
second
more
one
of them.
definitely will probably have more of them. But is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
yeah.
It's all about how it's approached.
Yeah, it's all about how it's approached. I think the reason I'm inclined to no, at least in this case, is I think it allowed the other main characters their screen time. Because let's be honest, Beetlejuice steals every scene he's in. So, I think
Yeah.
giving the characters their own time away from that, and having him be more of a, the story still revolves around him. He's more of he's still a centerpiece, but he's still not like at the forefront of the film. I think the film does benefit for the other characters getting that screen time away from him. So it
And
works
then I
here.
have two last ones here. The visual effects budget was just $1 million out of the 15. A major factor in Tim Burton deciding to make the effects look as tacky and B-movie as possible.
I still feel like it was above B-movie quality.
Honestly,
Interesting.
that's a credit to the director and the creative team. They did a good job with their budget then.
And then the last fact I have here, in 1999, the film was re-released on VHS in the US with a clamshell packaging. There are a few cuts to profanity in this release to make the film more family-friendly. The barber in front of Adam's shop recounts an incident with a customer who had hair down to his goddamn shoulders is altered to hair down to his damn shoulders using poor dubbing. Also, the instance when Beetlejuice yells out, "Nice fucking model," and grabs his crotch is cut out of the movie entirety. So after he kicks down the tree, the next shot just shows Adam putting it back up on his model. No other home video releases feature these cuts.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to me a little bit. Tim Burton always likes to gear his gothic aesthetic towards the youngins, pretty
Young
much.
adults.
Yeah, young adults. To I wouldn't say children, but like young teens, that sort of thing. It feels like that's always been his target audience. So,
Wings.
yeah, it doesn't surprise me all that much.
Probably makes that a collector's item.
Probably. And that is all the facts I have here on the film. Today's structure, we will be doing the 3-act structure with some popcorn element to it, cutting the film into 30-minute increments. The first act being from the beginning of the film all the way to when Charles is bird watching. And we can go anywhere between the act until we're finished up with it and moving on. Let us begin with Crimson. Unless
Sweet.
anyone has any other things to put out there.
I don't.
I do.
That wouldn't be a
not.
snarky remark.
Cool.
Well, your snarky remarks are welcome any day, any time. But,
Did you know Michael Keaton was in this?
what? Who?
The guy who plays
Batman?
Ken, Toy Story
The
3?
Batman?
The Batman. From The Flash, specifically.
Ugh, why?
All right.
Batman in that movie.
All right. First point, I'll just go for somewhere in the middle of this act being they're dead. Spoiler alert, right out the gate, they die. And I think they take it too well. They react very calmly, all things considered. They're more concerned about the rules of the world than the fact that they're dead.
Well,
They don't
Crimson,
worry about
you're
loved
already-
ones they may have.
You've already stepped in one of my larger overarching criticisms of this movie.
Wow, right out the gate.
Right out the gate.
So that was an issue I had with it. They just took it too darn well, too quickly.
I think the aspect that they do get all right is they still question it, at least. Like, they still at least pay homage to the idea of like taking it. They're not, trying to adjust to the fact that this is happening to them. But from what we get, I agree. It's a little too smooth.
What do you think, Springs?
I don't agree at all. I like
Don't agree.
that it goes real fast. It shows the scene of the fire and Barbara's hand catching flame, and that's kind of just a disbelief of what's going on. And then Adam disappearing for 2 hours after the porch. Now, to me, it's like, why was Barbara... Is it just a convenience that she went back out on the porch and found him in time to take him in because she grabbed and pulled him in? That I'm unsure about. But Barbara, like, seeing the reflection not working and the book for the recently deceased and all lining up, I think it's good. And then just cutting, it just trims the fat of the denial out of it that they're not dead and going through like a whole grieving process over their own deaths to get the film rolling. And I think that's totally fine.
Why is that something you'd want to cut? I mean, it's a core aspect of the film that these two died. Why would you cut out their emotions of dying? There's no breakdown of either of them crying or being like, gosh, I won't see my mom again, or something. I don't know. Whatever they would feel like they're missing in the real living world. Why cut that? I'm fine with them probing and testing stuff, like her looking at me and stuff.
I
Totally
don't
fine
know
with that.
how...
There's no emotional reaction really to them being dead.
I don't know how that negative emotion would be played into the tone of the film. That seems too saddening onto our main characters.
I mean, they can play off crying in a jokey, not dead serious manner. But they don't even depict it in a funny way either. It's not there at all.
So you wanted more of a realism to a character's in a situation of your thought of what would happen.
We are treated that these are real people. These aren't cartoon characters. They had a real life. They were normal people. And these normal people died. So I expect human, normal reactions.
And to be fair,
acknowledging that they're dead in a realistic manner.
And to be fair, if they were to do that, it doesn't affect the pacing or tone for the rest of the film, because the whimsy doesn't start until after they realize they're dead and they've accepted it.
But it would get to the point of accepting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have... They can accept it quickly, that's fine, but I need...
They need
a human reaction.
Yeah.
We don't get a human reaction here.
I agree with your pacing argument, Springs, but it does detract from the characters all the same.
I guess, Springs, why do you think we don't need the human element here?
Because to me, it's lined up with the happy-go-lucky feeling of, life's going fine, they're on vacation, they want to keep their house from Jane, which is a good part put in, especially her bringing up the family in New York, which is being the Dietzes, and they want to keep their house, and then it's just more confusion, and they play more of the confusion with Adam and Barbara, which I think is good because it also plays to the audience or first intakers of like what is exactly happening, because it's kind of just nonsensical and wild of being shot out to Saturn with a sandworm and then coming back home. It's like, what the hell was that? And being in this thought confusion like the main characters, and I think that fits very well. The whole like, oh, I'll miss my family, sadness of it, that is, unless it's brought up previously, there's no reason for that. It seems they're very secluded and like to be secluded, and they're happy with it. So I don't know what they would be sad again not being able to leave for, especially since their vacation chosen is to be in their own house.
I'll say this. I'm assuming, Crimson, your comment about them being, oh, sad, I can't see my family, that was being hyperbolic, right? As just a tangential example.
That was just something to shoot out. Whatever they would feel tied to the living world. It doesn't have to be family or something, but something tied to. And we don't get that. And the whole confusion stuff, that's fine. The audience is learning what's happening with them, but once they realize they're dead, I would expect a reaction of them being dead. Not looking at the book like, oh, what's the rules of being dead? I want them to tackle actually being dead.
I mean, reading the rules of being dead, it would be kind of falls in line with that would be part of the process of learning them to accept it. So I think it's, with how paced the film is, with how like fast it is, I still think they could have had time to at least acknowledge or have that human reaction moment or whatever.
Well, okay. I don't think it's necessary, but let's see. I'll go to, I guess, a different point. Arguably, I think the Beetlejuice theme is in top 5 best Danny Elfman composed scores.
I don't have a list in my head. Can tell you. I'll agree that it's iconic. It's identifiable, so it does a good job in that element. But I wouldn't be able to rank it personally.
Okay. I think I have it as number 4.
I'm gonna look up Danny Elfman scores real quick.
I think my list would go Batman, 1989, Spider-Man, the Overture for Nightmare Before Christmas, and then Beetlejuice.
What's number 5?
Would
it Beetlejuice Beat?
Number 5 can be Edward Scissorhands, especially the ice dance.
Let's see. I would probably put Danny Elfman scores. I'm gonna put Mission Impossible at 1. I'm gonna put Batman at 2, Spider-Man at 3. Nightmare Before Christmas is probably a good 4. I don't think Beetlejuice makes my my top 1, unfortunately. Just taking a glance at his score list, I don't think Beetlejuice makes my top 5.
Lots of iconic songs there.
Yeah, a lot of iconic stuff there, for sure. Yeah. It's good. I think it would make my top 10 for sure, but I don't think it would make my top 5. Just glancing at what it's done.
Okay. And I take it Multiverse of Madness doesn't beat it for you.
You'd be correct.
I can't even think of the music. I don't remember any of the music.
I think I remember the score from the first movie better than the second one, and that's saying something because the score from the first movie is still pretty generic.
Well, isn't the first score Michael Giacchino?
Wow.
What? I like a Michael Giacchino soundtrack? Shocking.
I don't remember the Doctor Strange one.
I don't remember all of it. I remember his main theme, and I remember a few beats in it. It wasn't exactly an iconic soundtrack, but I still remember at least.
I know the theme.
The core of the melodies, the main melodies, I guess. I will jump to on the pacing because I kind of agreed with Springs on the pacing. I'll stick with that actually because it's one of the things I do think they do handle mostly well throughout the film. The choice to pan over the model and have Adam pick up a spider off the model and put it outside. This is the weird person's equivalent of like the hero holding a cat at the beginning of the film to show you that they're a good person. This one obviously the intention is to show that Adam is different because he's doing it with a spider, a creature that's typically reviled. I think it's a very quick, efficient way to show that he's a decent person, and that he's also weird and strange, which adds to the whimsy of the film and the mood of the film.
You exercise the spider out of that house.
To play into Adam's character as an introduction, I think it was very good. I think this movie does a phenomenal job at character introductions.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think all the characters have pretty solid introductions.
I guess to play off of your touching on the model, is it possibly seen as a averting expectation of the opening credits over the model city to play off of the possible thought that it's the actual city being shown, and it's just because of the timing and everything of the film to believe that like, okay, this is a model to the easy eyes, but it's like this is what they're going with to like depict the city.
I would say yes. I do think it definitely plays with expectations a lot, and up until obviously you see the spider obviously crawl over the top of the roof house. I think so, yes, but mostly because I had forgotten that the model was one of the things I had forgotten about the film. I remember a lot of the basics, but I know that I had completely forgotten the model not to an extreme degree. I just forgot that they had a model at the beginning. So I actually thought that I was like, "This is strange for Pan. It looks fake." And then I'm like, "Oh, that was literally my notes."
Yeah.
So
But it is a
I would
nice
say
fucking
yes.
model.
In the opening or just in the general sense?
To the general sense, it's a nice model. I
Because
just
the
meant the
opening
opening
isn't
credits.
the opening
Of-
isn't just the model. It
Eventually
turns into
transitions
the
to
model.
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns into the model at 1 minute 59 seconds. Most of it is an actual city or town shot, and then it switches to the model.
That might have been why I had the weird vibe of it, but I think it still works. I think.
Yeah, I think they did a good job transitioning it. There's like two like fades in that shot, and the second one is the one where it switches.
I'm just gonna say it. I think Jane is the weird one. Trying to sell their house while they're
Jane
still
is
living there.
weird. It's a great deal. 265,000, which in '88 is pretty good.
Yeah. It's really weird. Well, I guess okay. Again, I like Jane's introduction. It's just she's supposed to be a very nosy and weird character, judging by how she just fucking jump scares Adam at the window. Um, but I found it. I think Jane is the weird one, trying to sell the house because she's like, oh, it's just the two of you. You don't have a family, and for me, that kind of bothers me at least a little bit because they're clearly trying to have a family. They drop a line about that when they leave for the house to go back to
True.
town. So I thought that was very weird.
But it
Like
could
she
be
would
private.
that could be
Yeah, so
private,
Jane might not know.
but it's still like I feel like it's something they would tell Jane just to get them off their back. It's not a huge issue, mind you. I don't even think it's an issue. It's just one of those little nicks, I guess, because I think Jane's perfectly functional as the tool, I guess she is in the story to get the plot moving.
Yeah. My nick for that to go with is the unknowing of the timeline. How long have Adam and Barbara been in this house? How long has Jane been trying to sell the house? Because it just dropped on it as
I
the
think they
introduction
say
of
the
Jane.
word again, so like it's implied that Jane has done this before. I don't know how long she's been at it, but they clearly are used to her trying to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
taking
it's definitely a
turns,
routine at this point.
hiding.
Yeah, but I agree. We get no actual time frame. Have they been there for a year, 5 years? Who knows? A couple months.
We are told this is the first day of their 2-week vacation, right? From Adam.
Yes, they're taking their vacation in their house or whatever. That sounds
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the first day of their staycation.
Which I like that. I kind of I guess it speaks to their romance that they're cool with their vacation just being a mundane joy in their living space together. I like that as part of the romance. Then again, one of my big sucker points whenever it comes to romance is romanticizing the mundane. I very much see that as romanticizing the mundane. So
Oh, I believe so. Yeah. They're giving little gifts to each other, just going to the store.
Yeah.
Very lovely couple.
One little
And
tug of war on who's going to answer the phone.
yeah,
All that.
they do a good job of establishing their relationship throughout the first act.
a detail I liked, which I don't know if it strengthens more into what you brought up, Crimson, of like missing their actual life and more human to that, is when they go into town, Ernie and Bill, two just civilians of the town, actually welcome and talk to Adam, which shows me that Adam and Barbara aren't strangers to the town, and they're not isolated in their house.
Is it the implication that Adam runs the shop that he visits?
That's a
Yeah,
good question.
To pick
Could
up
be.
supplies for his model seems
Yeah.
like a regular thing.
Yeah, no one's behind the counter and no one's in the store, so
It kind of
Yeah.
all the lights are off. It just kind of feels like he's either an employee or he's like the main worker there. You know, because at least that's the implication I got. He runs the store. Or he's that's his little business that he runs in town.
I didn't get that, but it doesn't contradict anything either.
Yeah.
Interesting theory. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it's not really. It doesn't really change much as far as theories
No.
go.
I think it can line up fine.
There's just no confirmation on it.
Yeah.
It really helps explain why he has keys to the place.
Yeah, I assume he's either like high up in the employee chain because he just walks in, grabs stuff from like on behind the counter, and then just leaves. Like he doesn't. It would be one thing if obviously like because the lights were off in there, so it'd be one thing too if he even if he flipped the lights on first before going in, it would have been a different implication. Not much, but it's like everything's little thing would be building up to something small because everything builds character.
It would go into the thought possibly then, because it's not explained, if he's gone for 2 weeks on vacation, who's running the store?
If he is in fact an employee or owner, he could just be friends of the owner and has keys because he's a regular or something in this small town.
That's true. Yeah. Well, it could be that the business closed down once he died, for all we know.
That also could be true.
Because it's supposed to be it's supposed to be a small town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But after
the
they die,
model is of
they
the
have
town,
respect
so
for
we
the
can
town.
kind of see that.
Let's go to. Well, I don't know if we just branched off and Ryder, that was a point of your own, but let's start with a fresh point from you.
Okay. Yeah, that one just branched off from something else I brought up. But I think I'm gonna focus on just the quick flirting, like how they're even using like the simple flirting between Adam and Barb to kind of build their relationship. Like the idea that they're just giving each other's gifts for stay-at-home vacation. They're both excited for their talk on the drive down, the way they interact with the community very briefly, and how they talk about how they might want to. They're still trying to have kids and implying that they're going to have some fun that night. I think it all builds up very nicely, very quickly, obviously, to fast track us to the tragedy where a dog kills them, pretty much.
You think that dog
was
has
the
more
dog?
meaning to it?
Oh, yeah, I was just about to say, is that dog possessed by Beetlejuice? Get people to get him out.
That I don't think so.
If it could work, Crimson, I don't think there's anything to support that in the film. So
no, there's nothing for that. Springs, what do you think it symbolizes?
I think it symbolizes something. I didn't look too far into it, but I'm sure there's some kind of meaning behind the dog. I'm trying to think other instances of a dog that Tim Burton has worked with. I mean, there's Frankenweenie. There's the dog hybrid in Mars Attacks. There's, Henry Selick.
He did Corpse Bride, right?
Yes.
There's the skeleton dog in there.
Oh, the skeleton dog. That Tim Burton, I think, has a liking to dogs. I don't know if he has anything really with cats, so it could just be a preference for the director or another meaning behind it. But I don't think it's Beetlejuice at all, because Beetlejuice doesn't know of Adam and Barb's until. Well, he's looking for a job and he goes through the obituaries and finds them. And I think that's his introduction to knowing who they are, and not previously.
Certainly possible. Yeah, I can definitely see the. I don't know the symbolism of the dog. I don't want to hedge to guess. I just thought it was. It's weird to say this for regard to the rest of the film. It was almost too whimsical, the fact that the dog was the only thing balancing the car.
Too whimsical.
It fits the tone of the film, but I think it was.
The look of it was too fantasy.
Yeah, I might go with that. Might be the best way to explain it, because the whimsy hasn't really happened yet. The whimsy starts when they die, like really starts to hammer in when they die. So it wasn't a jump the shark moment, but it definitely quickly ran up the line, because there's just that one shot where the dog is standing perfectly still on like the back of the beam, back of the plank that's holding the car, and I have to think like just how the insanity of what had to happen in order for that to take place, for that particular shot.
Yeah, I can agree and see. I do think it fits, but it does kind of stand out.
It fits the overall whimsy of the film, but that hasn't been introduced yet, so it stands out to me, I think.
I think that might be a good thing, though. like it's an eye catcher. It takes you away from. I mean, it's left an impression on you. It took you away from the mundane and the
Okay.
situation of going on.
Yeah, but
Bad things can stand out too.
making an impression doesn't necessarily mean it's good.
No, not always. No.
It's
I just
definitely
don't know if that's like gets you not out of your seat, but it's like a shock value is shock situation possibly, or
the problem is it borders on comedy, and because the tone is outlandish and comedic, which again I think fits the rest of the film, but I don't think that this one works because the film works so hard to try and make us care about these two characters that are about to die. What's a good example? It's, you know what it is? It's the tone bleeding into like something serious, like something that's supposed to be taken seriously. There's an issue when it comes to films where humor can override something that's serious, because there's a difference between, you know, making a funny film and then not letting a serious moment have its moment, you know? Because you can obviously have a comedy and have something serious happen in it, and then it becomes an issue when you don't let that moment breathe. I think this moment very much approaches that in concept, which is why I'm tending towards I don't like it.
okay.
Yeah, because
I don't think objectively there's anything wrong with it to me, but it does. I agree with the sentiment that it stands out early.
I see what you're saying exactly, of like the tone shift of it. I'm just on the opposite of an end of it, and I see it positively than you're negatively.
Man, this is gonna be a long one. I think that's gonna that might boil down into, like, I guess, why do you see it positively?
I see it as the shock value of a change. Of something, like it's a sudden change too. It's not a gradual one, and it's eye popping. It's like, oh, they're okay, but it's like, oh, this dog, and then the dog moves off, and they're like, oh, they're not okay. And then, like, where's the car? Where's the like following up to it, getting into the confusion of the characters, and I guess it also helps knowing previous works of Tim Burton going into this, because at the time of '88, what was there? There was, I mean, Batman wasn't even out. I don't know earlier onset works of Tim Burton's that were out by then to give an audience of his work, or a fan of his work, to get more of a understanding of where he's going through. But if this is your first instance on it, then it's definitely a cut of tone. And you said the comedy of it in a serious moment. I agree with that fully. The just the shot of the dog and the car, and it's silly looking, especially the vibrance of everything. It's kind of a dark tunnel with a bright yellow car. In one way, it's kind of, I just pieced it together. It could be kind of them going into the light because they're going through the hole that's open and it's light outside. But
I see. You took it a more symbolic route. That makes a little more sense, I guess, with the symbolism angle. But it's, like I said, I like the tone of this movie, and I think this is the one instance where the tone just didn't work for me, which is why it stands out so much.
Okay. And there's a little blame to the dog, because I think when Adam goes to the store, we see the dog on the sidewalk. So it's, the dog doesn't appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Which
I'm glad the dog doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's set up. You see him again. My issue is specifically the shot of the dog standing at the end of the plank. Because that for me was the one that it
would be unbelievable.
Yeah, it crossed the line. And mind you, I'm fine with things being fantastical and believable. The problem is that it almost undercuts all the development that we've had for these two characters, and that's why I'm leaning towards it being objectively bad. I'm not there yet that it's objectively bad. It's just, it stands out as it stands out to me. and it didn't leave a good taste in my mouth, I suppose.
A
And
nonsensical approach to the continuation of the plot.
yeah, and there we go. That would be the objective issue with it.
You guys said the dog was when you went to the shop.
Yes.
I don't know if it's from when Adam's driving by and he says to like Ernie from the shot of the car driving before they park, the dog walks by.
Yeah, you see it
Or
on
the
the
dog
street.
is previously shown.
Yeah,
Okay.
you do see
And
the dog.
then they shop and then drive, and then we get the bridge scene.
Yeah.
So the dog got ahead of them in the car.
The dog was walking the opposite direction. So
Yeah, it was
when
heading towards the bridge.
Yeah, the dog was already heading towards the bridge when they pass by and say hi to Ernie, and they pull in to the shop. And it's
And then
implied to
Bill
be a
gives
very
his
small
little
town, so
tangent.
I guess I don't have much of an issue that the dog beat them there or whatever. But
No, I think that lines up fine.
leaning on something there, Crimson.
It just seems like a timeline issue there.
You think the car would have been faster than the dog to get to the bridge?
My logic brain side says yes, a car is faster than a walking dog.
Well, if they both start at the same starting point at the same time, yeah.
That he went in and out of that store and then drove immediately.
I had it in my note. I'm like, wow, they could have just walked to the shop because it's kind of implied that it's so clacked together. There could be a timeline issue there, but I think it's.
We have a
passable.
model to see the distance between their house and the town. I can see where the bridge is in relation to the shop, I guess.
It sounds
on
like
the
we got a
model.
math project on our hands.
Yeah,
Or
I
geography.
can definitely see a potential timeline issue, but legitimately, I don't, because of how small everything is. I'm fine with the dog having made it to the bridge first.
Well, what was the gap between seeing the dog and then him getting in the car to leave? That's like a minute or less.
Oh, that's what I'm trying
right?
to remember. If the dog's shown him getting out of the car, then it plays more into your side, Crimson, that the car is definitely faster than the dog to get to the bridge. But if it's when they pass by Ernie and the dog's on the sidewalk, then I think there's plenty of time for the dog to line up with them in the bridge because they're driving past it in opposite directions. So when they get to the shop, get out, get their things, get back into the car, the dog's been walking this whole time.
And that's all like 1 minute, 2 minutes. that segment. But, okay. I don't know where the bridge is in relation on the model.
Okay. I believe that the bridge is the only way to get to their house. You have to go through the bridge.
Possibly.
Is that true?
I mean,
It
the house is
looked
on the
like
hill
it.
somewhere.
It
If
looked
that's
like
true,
it, but I'm not
then
sure.
that might be an error. Because then how'd all the construction stuff get to the house later?
I mean, they can put a pseudo bridge over it. They're rich, so that they could probably get permission to put up a side bridge for the project. So I don't have much of an issue. Maybe they had a helicopter drop the trucks in, which is absurd, I know. We also don't know what's behind their house, so there could be a road behind their house too.
I'm also
Possibly.
going to be that guy as well. The fall that they take into the river wouldn't kill them.
Well, they said they drowned, so they just didn't get out of the car. They got stuck in the car.
Somehow that's worse, considering that their windows were open.
They were open. They were submerged. Who knows?
I think it's fine.
They-
If the car landed upside down,
They could have gotten knocked out, hitting the dashboard, and then drowned, being knocked out, or something.
No,
It's definitely
they're
possible.
wearing seatbelts. Again, it's one of those things. It's got a lot of issues. I'm willing to accept it. It's just,
the fact that it doesn't show
that
you
one's less
a
about
ton
whimsy.
of
That was
details.
that was less about whimsy and just a bunch of small details that don't necessarily line up, which I'm fine with because everything could, as you say, everything could have gone this way. It's just lucky that it all went that way. I find that more acceptable than, I guess, the bridge shot on with the dog.
It's more acceptable than showing them like in the water drowning, and Adam's like trying to get out, and Barbara's like, "Your seatbelt," and he goes, "I forgot to fix it last week." Like adding some stupid line.
At that point, that would also drop. That would be too much.
Well, I'm okay with it because it's possible.
when they are dead, I like that Adam's like, I want to go retrace my steps because he doesn't remember how they got back to their house.
Mhm.
That to me is very, very simple, like figuring out the new situation they're in because things are already weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you? Go ahead, Crimson.
Okay. It brought up a question I had with house is all the other people that are dead stay how they died. So I would
Okay, well,
imagine
you touched on
that.
exactly what I was gonna.
Oh
Yeah.
well, if you're passionate about it, go ahead.
Well, I was just curious. The instance of they drowned, why aren't they fit to like the other ghosts of how they died? And the only connection I can think of with doesn't have an explanation is the fireplace, because the fireplace dries them off.
Yeah, but if they're in a perpetual state of their death, then I would imagine they would just spew water out of their mouth constantly because they drowned. It was
Yeah.
something else.
It might be.
They'd be soaking wet all the time and stuff like that. But the fireplace is what dries them off and gets the water off of them, which is my only thing of making them look normal then. But I don't know what caused the fireplace, what turned it on. It turned on by itself. Is it a situation of, the afterlife? Is it Juno? Is it, who knows?
We do have normal people in the afterlife, which I think helps as well. Like Juno is more or less normal. She just happens to be an old woman when she died. So
No, her
No.
throat is slit.
No, her throat is slit.
I guess I missed that detail.
She killed herself because she's a civil servant,
Oh, yeah,
and
and
smoke
all the
comes out of
civil
her throat. Yeah,
Okay.
which was a cool detail.
Um,
But I don't know because the people that hung themselves stayed in the ropes.
yeah.
If you could just change your external appearance of how you died, why would they be hanging themselves still? They would just hop out of the rope
Yeah. You know
and
what?
still be a civil servant. They just wouldn't need to be hung still.
Good points. Good points. I'm just going to chop that down as another issue that unfortunately bleeds into character.
Yeah, so I feel like they would be perpetually set to how they died. You hung yourself, you are forever hung.
Yeah.
You drowned, you're forever wet and drowning or something, spewing water out of your mouth. So I do think that is an issue, depicting their deaths.
Yeah. I guess I don't have an issue. I don't really have any counterpoints to that because I mostly agree that feeds into one of my larger issues with the film as well. So.
And I'd be on the exact same page with you if it wasn't for the fireplace.
Wait, what?
Okay, but the hanging rope was my counter to that fireplace thing. So, what do you think about the hanging man then?
I don't know. It's not necessarily punishment because Juno can just walk around fine. They wouldn't be punished.
No, they're not
Then you
punished.
got
They're just forced to work.
Yeah, but then again, you also just have skeletons. But the hanging, I don't know. It's a good point.
I might have missed it. What's your point with the fireplace, Springs?
It dried them off.
They dried them off. You get the wet off of them.
Oh.
If a fireplace scene was not in there and then it's just them seeing the book, then there's no explanation of why they would have dried off and not been the death of how they drowned.
Okay.
The thing to me, though, is the fireplace isn't explained.
No, it's not explained.
Isn't that okay?
Well, I'm going to make a comparison, Springs, that you wouldn't know, but the audience and I know writer would. I'm thinking Waters of Mars from Doctor Who. That's what I'm picturing them, perpetually wet and water spewing out of the mouth. You remember that one, writer?
I do.
David Tennant.
Yeah,
Mars,
you got me. I know.
It's a good episode. So that's kind of what my vision of that is. And yeah, and I made the rope thing. Continue what you were about to say, Ryder.
No, I don't really have any more continuations. It was just I'm trying to. I don't see how the fireplace alleviates the problem, other than that it dries them off. That works visually, but that doesn't help with the consistency that they would eventually just be wet the moment they stepped away from it.
To me, it's because it's not a normal fireplace. It activated with the same summoning of the book, and like it's a ghostly presence that activated. It wasn't them starting a fire to keep themselves dry.
I mean, you're also attributing the fire of having some magical element to it of ability. Obviously, it turned on, but permanently fixing their wetness, nothing tribute. And they didn't stay at it for long. She just put her fingers in it, and she
Got
was
flamed.
fine.
Yeah.
So, and they walk away from it still wet. So
Do
it's
they?
not like it didn't instantly dry them. No.
That's a detail I'll have to double check. I don't remember them walking away from it still wet.
Their clothes are still wet,
Yeah,
or
they're-
at least
they're
what's
not
his-
dry
what's-
until they come
what's
back
the
from the
guy's name
Saturn
again?
worm bit, right?
I mean, I thought it was just Adam getting up, walking out, and then he's on Saturn, but he looks totally fine.
No, his
And then
shirt's
Barbara just
wet.
drags him in.
His shirt's wet when he walks out the door. When he comes back from the sandworm, it's dry. Sandworm? Yeah, sand.
It was brave crossing he made in the path of Shai Hulud. But
Is that a Dune thing?
That's a reference.
yeah, that is a reference.
Yeah, that's Dune.
So you said the Doctor Who water thingies. Don't know what that is. But I do know Moist from Doctor Horrible that we covered. Would it be more like that?
Yes.
Kind
how
of,
I'm
yeah.
envisioning that.
That's a good example.
Plus just water constantly spewing out of the mouth.
Yeah, like the idea that their lungs are always filled with water, so they're not necessarily coughing it out because they're young; they're just used to spewing it out. But the idea that their lungs are always full of water. But yeah, moist would be a good example for that.
Let's see here. There's a shot where after Barbara's Hank catches on fire, which neat little practical effect. It cuts to the house outside in the sunset and it's like red, like the sky is red, and it just looked like a shot out of Ghostbusters to me.
Interesting.
Like with
Is
the
there a
music
particular
playing
shot in
too.
Ghostbusters? Or?
Yeah, like anytime, kind of towards the second half of the movie in Ghostbusters with Zool and the gatekeeper, and they're like trying to figure out where something is or going, and it shows like an establishing kind of shot of a building.
Okay. Yeah, when they're running about.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of see that.
I guess I'll touch on it, and I know Crimson, I didn't look very into it, but I figured this movie has a lot of color theory in it with the use of lighting. And this is a very interesting movie of lighting for me because there's a lot of practical lighting usages. And I mean, a good example is at the very beginning, windows are open, it's a very sunny day, looks totally normal. Once they get back from Saturn, and Barbara's showing the example of the reflection and everything, it's just the lighting of fire in the house, very dim, a lot of shadows cast, really dark. And I think that plays into they're in the dark, they're not knowing what's going on, and playing to that. And then there's a lot of blue of sadness, like when it gets later at night, everything's blue in the house, and I think that's like possibly playing off the saddening and the grieving that they've lost their lives and not know what's going on. There's green played when the brick wall door opens, and I don't know the significance of that, but for me, actually, I don't know if that's in this act, but I don't think that's a great lighting choice because of the cut changes in that. It goes from making the door, everything's all fine in the attic, and then as soon as the door opens, it's like pitch black in the room they're in for the light to actually get an effect on them. And then, of course, the attic door is around the corner, and the light comes under the door to hit Liddy in the face. So it's like that must be absolutely blinding green light in that room to traverse like that. And then there's also the gold lighting or goldish yellow lighting on Beetlejuice towards the end. And then I guess the red over the house example I brought up.
Sprinks, I got a question. And I think, I mean, at this point, over 100 episodes in, I've probably asked this. Why can't something just be done because it looks cool?
I think it really depends on the material of what the thing is, of what the film is. I think that's something could just be look cool for that. I think would be very great for Blair Witch Project or American Movie that we've covered. Something like this, I think the director and the visionary approach on something is set specifically to show the tone or a feeling or a design choice of something, especially with the use of this film with all the practical lighting choices. So the lighting colors were chosen for reasons.
Yeah, but why couldn't the colors be chosen because they looked cool? Like the thought of a green light emitting from a magic door. Why can't that just be that would look cool? Why does the green have to signify something?
I think to me, it's just the choice of the filmmaker, the crew and the filmmaking on the process of the design choice for it, and for the scene of that nature. Because in concept art and everything, it would just be the black and white drawings of everything depicted, and then the arrows pointing to like what would look like what in more detailed design. And then when it comes onto stage and all the connections to play off of the costuming, the environment, the tone, the emotion, the feeling, the characters, all that can play into the design of it. And I think just going, oh, this would look cool, and they try it and it looks cool. I mean, I guess an example of that, which I just saw recently, was Coraline in theaters, and there was a behind the scenes for it after. And the original design for her hair was going to be brown, but it didn't play well with the background of the lightings. Her hair kind of disappeared. So they gave her blue accents of the hair, which gave her that iconic blue hair look, which is kind of both in part of what we're both saying here of the blue look cool. They're like, oh, it looks cool, we'll just keep it. But it was put in because of
A practical
an elemental
reason.
effect. Yeah, that didn't line up. So I think the same could be here. Like they could have tried with the red lighting and the door opening, and then they tried with a pink light opening. They're like, it doesn't work. And then with the green, and they're like, the green looks cool. We're going with the green one.
The point of my question is you automatically attribute it to a creative decision. Why can't it not just be cool? That's how you usually attribute things.
I think on a film set and the crew just making a decision because it just looks cool discredits parts of other crew members of the time of around. It could, I mean, the lighting is chosen for the lighting operatives and the lighting crew and all that. And if the director just went like, oh, I like this color because it looks cool, and takes out the design choice of the lighting operatives, but that's the final product of it, then it could be played off of what you're saying of the director just like, oh yeah, it look cool, it was one of my favorite colors, and I think it fit well with the scene. But what we don't know is the behind the thing. So to me, I don't want to just assume it just looked cool in the moment, because it takes out the creative aspect of the teamwork of a filmmaking crew. So I see it as like there's a design choice for it in the film.
Well, the other way around, doesn't it take away from people that actually have creative input to attribute something that might not have creative input, undermining their creative input? Because then you're diminishing the value of what they put forth by attributing something to nothing.
I'd rather be on the end of giving credit and it's not lined up correctly versus just being like, oh, cool, and completely missing the point. Like what for the whole I think I don't know which recap it was, but when we covered Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, and we're all saying, okay, we're going to watch the behind the scenes and how that changes everything. And then in that recap, we're like, oh, it actually, adapted and changes because of the thoughts process of the team and Guillermo's vision on things and all that. Same could be going for Beetlejuice here. Like if I saw more behind the scenes in the choice, I mean, this wouldn't be a back and forth thought decision. It would be, this is what was chosen and how I interpret that thought of it. So I could be completely wrong with this whole color thing, and it all could just be Tim Burton just being like, oh, I like that color. That seemed more natural. This seemed more paranormal. This could totally be that. But without that knowledge, I'm just viewing it as how I would have seen it being on a film set.
I guess my final point on it, because we were taking a bit on it, is how you differentiate theory and then applying it as fact. A lot of your color theories you attribute as being definitive. You think the green thing has meaning. Therefore, in the movie, it actually does. Instead of it could be this, it might be this.
That's
You attribute it to fact.
Yeah, that's I guess a apology off of me. I don't always word it as my own personal experience, my own viewing of it all the time, and maybe I use words of like we or all or fact, truth, what have you, to state it fully. Apologetically, I don't mean that all the time. Actually, I like 99% of the time. It's from what I view, what I believe, what I see of it. So those facts I say are what I find as facts of truth, not putting that onto you or to writer or the audience or anyone else of like, this is the way it is because of how I see it. This is the way how I see it. And it could be agreed or disagreed or exactly what we're doing here.
Okay. Well put. I know your stance now. Definitive. Okay.
Phew. Anyway, the lighting. What do you guys think about the lighting in this film?
I think the lighting's
think it
pretty
was
cool.
good.
I think it looks pretty cool. I was I was going back and forth in my head as because again we talked about your lighting before, Springs. I won't go into too much detail what my thought process was about trying to interpret what you were saying to me or to us, I should say. I was trying to kind of run in my head, like figure out where, because you often praise practical lighting effects and you often diminish artificial lighting. And I think in your mind, right, artificial lighting is computer generated. Well, practical, you prefer obviously because it's quote unquote natural lighting made in the scene. It wasn't computer enhanced. You know, they set up they set up actual floodlights. So I got that. That's correct. All right, cool.
Yes,
Then
and I think that's just my upcoming with films. I greatly appreciate more practical effects of something in a film than the artificial
don't worry.
post.
We don't need to go too far into it. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were going on when you said practical lighting.
Practical lighting versus artificial or natural.
Yeah, because we had this discussion before, and I think the just to recap for the audience, what boiled down the boilerplate of that discussion was why does artificial computer lighting, why does that get a bad grade? It was pretty much the start of that original conversation. So I don't have any questions. I think the lighting is really good. I can definitely see a lot of potential inference and symbolism that comes out of it. It's not something I was looking for on this viewing. So I don't exactly have much to say on it, whether I would attribute that something to being meaningful and impactful. There is definitely some cinematography that got me as a base viewer. Some cinematography definitely struck me while watching the film that I thought was very, like, it's not that it was intentional, but it certainly implied a lot of symbolism in the cinematography.
You have an example?
Yes, but it's not in this act.
Oh, wonderful. And then, Crimson, I know how big you are on color theory. Did anything catch your eye?
Stand out as being symbolic or just the quality of the color choices?
Both.
Okay. In terms of symbology or representation, or the use of color, the only thing that really caught my eye was his suit, his black and white striped suit. And my connection
Lydia's
to
all
that
black dress.
my connection to that was a snake. Because he takes the form of a snake at one point in this. He pulls snakes out of his jacket constantly.
Like a scale.
And so I don't know if he's taking on it's been a while since I've done snake stuff. I think it's like a bandy or something like that. It's a black and white striped snake. So I didn't know if that was the inspiration for the suit. That goes into assuming stuff. But with color theory, that is how I read it. But everything else I think was just well executed. I didn't see symbology in the use of green or for lights or the red lighting later. I just saw them as fitting for whatever scenario they were in for either tone or just visual aesthetic.
Green is very palpable throughout the film, I think, when it comes to the being dead scenes, like the afterlife bits. There's a lot of greens when that's going on. But I think in Comes to Call of Theory, the main one that stuck out for me, I think, was Lydia's outfit, and then Adam's outfit, and then Beetlejuice's outfit, because of what you said. I didn't really think too much about it at the time, because
The one thing I touched on after this viewing, because this was for the podcast and like my objective look and lens on this, is Otho brings up vermilion, a blue-green color that he despises or doesn't like. And there are scenes in this film that really cut between the lighting choices of blue at night and everything has a blue lighting to then the afterlife of greens and the back and forth of those. And I don't know if how detail connected that could be.
well, he's supposed to be the quote unquote undead expert, right?
He's just as experienced
Yeah.
with the afterlife as interior decorator, as he claims. But then that kind of falls apart later, which we'll get into.
Yeah.
Third half.
I wrote that down as a question mark that I have for you guys, so we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, but to answer your question, Sprinks, I don't really see a connection between that. That's my stance on that.
Well, cool. Let's go to Crimson for a point.
Okie dokie. How about the weird shot of the statue when it's being hung outside by the operator, smashing through the window, where
That was such a funny scene.
there's a kitchen on the second floor, which isn't impossible. It's very odd, but it's possible. But the shot of him inside in the kitchen, the size of that window is nothing like the size of the window outside when they show him poking out, yelling, "What's going on?"
Interesting. Two things on that.
Yeah.
A window, I agree. The size of the window does change. The second floor is actually false.
That's
Because
false.
Adam and Barbara go up a flight of stairs or outside stairs to get to their car and then up into the house. And from the entryway of the house, the kitchen's lined up. So the kitchen's actually on the first floor of the house, but from outside on the right hand, because of the hill, there's this drop off, which makes the window look very high up.
It's like they have a higher foundation for the house. That's why there's steps to and from the door and stuff like that. Is kind of what, at least the interpretation I got.
Then the exterior of the house doesn't really match the interior because the outside window where the kitchen would be doesn't have enough room for a second floor and the attic space.
Wow, that does introduce another problem, doesn't it?
Not the attic space, because the stairwell going up has this huge curve of it to then go to the attic space, which is the tower, and from the kitchen that's above and to the left. But the second floor, I don't know how much space from outside that really shows.
From that window shot, it's not very much,
not a lot
which
of
is why that's why I saw it as the second floor, because there wasn't really room. Because usually a story is 10 to 12 feet, depending on who's making the house. And plus that, then you got the angle of the roof, which would be like the attic crawl space area. So I didn't see that level of space for it to be the first floor. So that just might be a discrepancy on the outside visual depiction then.
Could be. And it doesn't help at all, but they're also taking the roof tiles off and moving the roof. But I don't think that actually moves anything. I think is where it is when they finish.
Yeah, they're just swapping out stuff.
Yeah.
Replacing.
I got one of the major issues with this that unfortunately affects Barb and Adam is they just go right into knowing they can rip off each other's limbs and rip off their faces and with no consequences. 0 to 100.
I had that written.
This one is a fucking problem. I like the whimsical tone, but holy fuck, how did they get here?
It's compounded to be even worse because we learned they didn't read that section of the book.
We learned they can't read the book.
On Haunting.
They don't understand the book at all. They even if that were true, they wouldn't have understood it. They expressed that. So it's kind of insane that they were suddenly just able to do this without any practice, and I'm questioning how they would even be able to want to practice. Why would they be pushed to that? what would make them one day try to rip off their own face to realize it was something they can do?
Exactly. I
It,
had that exact note.
it's colossal world building damage and character damage. And when I say colossal, it's not character assassinating. It's just holy fuck the amount of like. It's a problem. It's a major problem.
I agree. What do you think, Sprinks?
Thinking it over, I think I'll lean on that it's a problem of how they go to just tearing their face off and chopping their head off.
Yeah.
The only instance to me that helps a little is that when Barbara's hand catches on fire, she's not in pain. So it's not like a pain or fear like we could hurt ourselves, but there's nothing explained of like a teaching like to get gradually to the point of doing such a thing.
Like, there's not even an accidental. Oh, you accidentally tripped and fell, and your eyeball fell out, and you could just put it back in. So there is like that.
Or Adam being like, "We can't be more dead than we already are, right? We're already dead. Chop my head off," kind of thing.
Yeah, which even then suggesting that would be insane to me, even if that was the first go of it, because you don't know if you can get your head back. Like, could you put it back on?
Yeah, there's no recovery proof.
So there's no concept and understanding of how they got there, which I think is the major problem. Because even with the whole their hand catching on fire bit, it was so brief that it wouldn't have done damage.
Not full damage, but the tips of her finger were still on fire, and they just both eyeballed it in curiosity. It wasn't panic.
Yeah,
unless they were
she
still
clearly
so
didn't feel any pain from
shock.
it.
Yeah.
But like cutting off your hand, you wouldn't know if you could put your hand back on or if you just permanently have
Lost a hand.
a ghost stump.
Yeah.
So that they have no proof of that we see them learn, which is something they would need to show to establish this. Because it's right, peeling off your face and cutting off your head is quite extreme for no buildup on learning that.
Yeah. It would be one thing if my quick fix for this would be like a quick 2-minute change to the film I would want to make is I would have them trying to adjust to the fact they're dead. You could have them somewhere else in the house because they can only stay in their house, so they wouldn't be in the attic all the time yet, because this would be before the Dietrichs move in, or whatever their last names are. The Dietz? Is that what they're called? The Dietz. My idea for a 2-minute fix for this is just something happens by accident where someone's skin gets pulled off or like a limb falls off due to like an accident, and they realize they're completely fine. That would be some setup to what happens later to the main, so it wouldn't be as like of a
like if they're pacing in the attic and Adam's foot gets stuck on like a loose nail, comes off or something, and they're both staring at it, and he tries to reattach it and goes, "Oh."
Yeah.
Or the sand snake bit off his foot when he jumped through the door, and he's hobbling just to look down and realize his foot's back. That would be a short addition, and it would establish it.
That would play. Play into
regeneration or whatever.
Regeneration,
which is essentially what they have to do to a degree, but
true, but it doesn't put
when they're shriveled up in her
form then.
In her hand system.
Yeah, it's there's.
I agree, it's a problem.
Yeah, there's ways they could set it up and not have it be as extreme, so we still get the shock value of it, but it would be it was too much, too fast. It's one of those. It unfortunately damages the characters to a degree, and I do attribute mostly it as a world building problem, but it is a character problem too because it's just so sudden.
They assume they can mutilate themselves.
Yeah, they just straight up assume they can mutilate themselves with no consequences, which is very, very extreme.
Am I allowed to make this worse? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was that a ghost noose and a ghost knife? Because we don't see them with ghost objects other than their clothing.
Oh.
So I have to see them as grabbing objects from the house, which would be visible to the living.
Oh, yeah. I had that written down too. I forgot about that.
That's a great question. Because
Even the ghost book isn't a ghost book.
No, when Barbara tears her face off and is hanging there, Otho physically moves her. So she's connected to something.
I mean, they can interact with the door physically, the cloak, or the sheets, or whatever.
Yeah.
The only time
think
we the only time we quote unquote see them as normal ghosts is when they're fading away during the whole resurrection bit, kind of.
Yeah. Which is a completely different,
which is a different thing. I think
summoning.
Yeah.
I think it just depends on how much belief one has towards ghosts. Because I'm sure I would figure that Lydia could see all the tools they're holding, but Delia, is that how it's pronounced? Delia?
Who?
The mom.
Oh,
Delia.
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 Yeah, Delia.
As the movie said, she's too mad to believe anything. But Otho, even being this paranormal expert they have, sees little bits here and there.
Oh,
and I think there's a really good one when they go upstairs at 1623, and you just, like a half a second, you see Barbara move behind the corner.
I don't think that works, unfortunately, because of the sheet thing in front of.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Yeah, in front of Charles is his name.
Yeah. Charles and Delia both see the sheets.
Delia, but the only thing I go with the sheets is because Juno said go with what you know, and like a small part of it.
The benefit with that scene is they actually specify the sheets are real, so it makes sense that they would see the sheets. But then that calls into question everything else that came before, which is why I think that's why at least that was the foundation for me in my original criticism of the ghost items. Because you would still theoretically be able to see the bloody knife, even
just a floating knife.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We get no confirmation of ghost items. We have these two blurry objects, which we have established ghosts can interact with real objects, but we don't have ghosts can create objects with these two. Beetlejuice can do whatever Beetlejuice wants to do.
That's true. Because we see Barbara moving the toy horse in front of the mirror, and the horse is floating. And
he closes and locks the door up in the attic. So we just see them interact with the world and not create manifestations of ghostly items. So I think it's just an issue they didn't consider with it.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't remember whose point that was.
It branched off.
Kind of branched into a couple things.
You brought it up to say make matters worse.
Yeah, I brought up with the original one of them just mutilating themselves.
Right. Spring sounds like you're up.
Yeah,
sure. When Adam goes to Saturn and is confused where he is in the sandworm before he gets pulled up, boy, does that look dated.
Yeah,
that green screen is poor.
Man, it looks like straight out of David Lynch's version of Dune.
Ooh.
I haven't seen that one. But yeah, that's poor. I think the worst use of like the green screen effect or whatever is
Saturn.
His head shrinking at the end.
Oh, well.
You could
see
clearly see a ring outside his hair.
At least the worm is practical in that most of the time.
That's true. Stop motion of the worm.
So
it does help with the knowledge of Tim Burton giving it $1 million budget for these effects to purposely make it be B-movie in his eyes from the 80s of what he would believe that to be.
Well, yeah, but then it comes to what your perception of what B-movie is. Was the green screen actually supposed to be good or not? I think it was supposed to be good to deliver the effect, but it's just dated.
It's just dated.
It's good for the time, but it was obviously it's dated, which is fine. Yeah. Effects age all the time. It's usually the scripts that have to uphold them. Or
no points deducted for being dated.
Yeah, you don't get points deducted for being dated.
No.
Because man, wouldn't it suck if I deducted objective points for the Jurassic Park shot of the dinosaur and the Brachiosaurus? That would really.
No. I'm like, how many points would you take away from Wizard of Oz?
Oh, what's really dated in those originally?
The sets.
Yeah, and
I guess they do feel like sets.
The
yeah.
they all every location looks like a set.
That's true.
But
Painted backdrops and all that. You're
Yeah.
right.
let's see. You said something for me to go.
Mhm.
I like the detail. Well, I'll go with Beetlejuice's introduction under the ground, and looking at the newspaper, and we don't see him. You just kind of get his arm looking at the paper,
And his voice.
and
yeah.
and his voice makes him very villainy feeling as an introduction, like laughing at the obituary and calling Adam and Barbara like stupid.
I do like that he's introduced very early on because I don't get to. That means I don't have to apply pacing issues with him.
Yes, it's not
No,
one of
no
or-
Twilight.
yeah.
the villain or antagonist role comes in, 50 minutes later.
Yeah.
And
So
it
I'm in
kind of-
agreement.
Brings up an issue potentially. I guess it could be talked out of it. Of just why he is focused on them. People die everywhere all the time, every day. Thousands every day. Millions maybe even. I'm not up to date on the daily death mortality rate, especially in the 80s. But why is that the standout? Why is he here?
I have one why is he here? I don't know. When it pans to like underground, I don't think that's legitimately underneath the house. I think that's just like in the afterworld wherever he is. In the underworld.
He
Um,
obviously moves into the model or whatever.
What I think explains why he quote unquote is attracted to them is because Barbara's the only female photo in the obituary.
Oh, so that goes to that more perverted sense of his
Yeah.
character. Okay, I can sort of see that as a reason. I legit just thought he was looking for a place to live, less about being a bioexorcist and more about just needing a place to stay. Because that's part of the reason he's happy to work with them. Is like, I just want a place to stay. At least that was part of his one of the reasons he just listed out. Whether that was true or not,
That's true. You want people out of the house. I want to get into the house.
yeah.
Why is the obituary only like 10 people? Why isn't it like a book, a
Presumably
daily
it's
obituary
a local
book?
obituary. I have no.
Yeah.
Then it's why is he here? It kind of just loops itself.
Oh, I see what
of
you're saying.
Why they stand out? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
There's nothing showing of like he has a stack of newspapers that he's just looking through a bunch of them.
Because
It's
the
one newspaper of
paper.
this town.
What I wrote down the name of the newspaper.
He
The
doesn't-
Afterlife. It's not a local newspaper. What's this town called?
Oh. Okay.
All
The
right.
Then
newspaper
is it just
is
recent?
called The Afterlife.
That was
Just
and there is
recent of that
there's
issue?
a date in the corner. It's too pixelated to read the date on it, but it's dated, so it would be within a day, like a normal paper.
Okay, it could just
thing.
be the people who died that day.
There's more than 10 people that die every day.
even in the 80s.
I'm not the
What-
one. I didn't write the article for the paper.
It's an obituary for the newspaper The Afterlife. I would think it would catalog all the new arrivals to the afterlife. So
Yeah, that's
It
a.
also could have had more pages. He did go to the first
I
page.
mean, it's only like it's a newspaper. It's not a fat
That's true.
book or anything. It's
But there
few
could have been a
pages.
whole nother page of, a bunch more.
10 more people, but it would be thousands.
It'd be interesting if you got like if instead of a newspaper, it was kind of like a weekly phone book that you got.
Oh,
Yeah, or like a Rolodex
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something that would be thicker and imply a lot more. Yeah, I'm willing to chop it down as a world building nitpick as well as a plot nitpick because obviously the reason Beetlejuice picks them, the reason he picks them is the perversion. I'm fine with that. The reason why he's here is plot related. Is I would consider that a plot nitpick. So yeah, I'm willing to chop that down as both.
All right,
The
let's
only
go
thing,
to, never mind.
the only thing I could really think of is in the town, someone refers to the foundation from 1835. So I don't know if that's when he got kicked out by Juno or whatever, and he's been confined to the foundation of this town.
Oh,
But there's no connection other than they wrote that line into the movie of
Yeah.
1835. But there's no connection of him being tied to the foundation of this town. Juno never says that. There's nothing connecting the two. So that's the only thing, and they don't back it. It's just a line that's in there that's not connected to anything.
I see. It's weird that there's a lot of. I don't actually have much of an issue with this, but I'll figure I throw it out there because I actually think it's kind of cool. I don't see an issue with it, but I do like all the advertisements that Beetlejuice has, even though he's unofficial.
Oh,
Yeah, it
flyers
shows
and his commercial.
he still has power outside his summoning.
Yeah.
His name.
Yeah,
He's got a lot of power.
it is true.
Too much power. Yeah. He has to be unique, because if every ghost could do that, the world would know about ghosts.
Well, the real, I guess, question into it is Beetlejuice a person who died?
I wrote that as a question mark. Beetlejuice, or is kind of who I think Beetlejuice is based off of. Beetlejuice is an actual demon in like Christian lore, I think, and stuff. And it was an actual demon in some mythology and stuff like that. So I assumed that was what he was based on. So
Could be.
Though there is room for him to be a person as well. At least they allude to the fact that the whole he might have not have been lying when he said he lived through the bubonic plague and what have you.
Yeah. I hope it's like a Joker situation and it's just never told. Never explained.
We'll see in this next movie.
Yeah.
If they do, I want them to do the Dark Knight Joker story, which is he tells a different story each time.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of
think
stuff
that
plays into you don't know.
Yeah, that plays into you don't know, but I'm saying like if they want to give us an origin, I want them to fuck around with that as a concept.
Because one of them could be real. Who knows?
Yeah, but the idea,
Could all
but
be
you know,
bogus.
this is gonna talk praise for Christopher Nolan, Dark Knight here. One of the best things about that movie is if you were like my uncle who got really, really angry when you heard the Joker's backstory, you got really annoyed with the film, and then when he started telling the story again completely different, and you realize it's all bullshit, you fall back in love with it really quickly. That's to say, that's subverting your expectations properly, guys. Just want to say, thumbs up, Christopher.
Gotcha. Let's go to writer.
Sure. I like that there's bureaucracy in after death. You don't ever escape from it. That being said, it's very quick. They get like 3 vouchers for 125 years. They're gonna be stuck on Earth for 125 years before I guess they're allowed to move on. I like this goes into more again, this is romanticizing the mundane, just not really romantic. You know, it's not really related to love or something like that. It's just romanticizing the mundane and turning something that's supposed to be fantastical, scary, like death, into something mundane, which is instead turned into a bureaucracy. I quite like it in concept. I think they do mostly a good job with it. And our introduction to the caseworker Juno, our introduction to them like having to wait in line like it's the DMV, good stuff. Amusing, very creative, and I think they pay. As far as the script end of it goes, I think they do a good job of like keeping our characters confused while also feeding the audience information as to how things work.
I agree. It is in the next act, so I'll get more into it when we get there.
Sorry.
But I agree with your sentiment.
Likewise. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. I don't know what their plan was being in the attic. They saw Jane there and saw that. I kept wanting to write Ilya. What's her name? Lydia. Lydia saw them through the window and stuff. So I don't know what they thought was going to happen. Maybe they didn't know about the key thing. But obviously that attic was going to get opened at some point. So I didn't really know what they were doing, really. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going with on this point. It just felt a little off to me, and I don't know.
Interesting. I just saw it as their safe haven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume
Sure.
that they were there to just kind of hide away from the people because they've managed to lock the door and keep them out, or at least for the time being, because they don't know they have a skeleton key yet.
Yeah. Do you think they would have waited that long to access the attic? Because clearly time has passed since the selling of the house and them moving in and renovating and getting all that going. Do you think the house decorator artist lady wouldn't want to look, and the guy who's proud of owning properties wouldn't have
Oh,
checked out what
yeah.
he bought?
I think they'd be interested. I don't think they'd break down the door.
But presumably
I think they
weeks
tried to
have
get like a
probably
locksmith.
passed.
Yeah.
It's a careful balance that I think they're trying to do. The implication from me as to why they didn't is just they were so busy doing everything else.
The only thing to go with that is they're renovating the whole house, and they're like taking all this stuff down, all this stuff up, and they're leaving it because they like the attic tower look, and it's not touched. They don't know what's in it, but I guess from the exterior they like it.
It's just weird that you would do a whole house renovation
I agree.
and not try to check out the house.
Yeah, I agree. It's weird. I don't know if it would fall into character. I don't think it's character assassination or character damaging yet.
I feel like it is damaging to both of them.
I mean, they don't see them
See-
going into the basement, but there's no need to look out of the basement. There's no connection to that.
No, we see nothing on them.
Because they're more focused on just renovating their living space, not necessarily like things that aren't their living space.
Yeah. And it's during the renovation when Jane arrives with the skeleton key, gives it to Lydia.
Yeah, I mean, from their perspective, that might be what they were waiting for. Is just they were waiting to get a key to get into the attic because it doesn't seem like they would want to break down the door. It's something they want to do, but they didn't get a key for it or the ability to go in there up until Lydia has the key.
Yeah. Or Juno informed him, I'll come by and give it to you, and gives it to Lydia because she tells Lydia to give it to her dad. And then she tries, it doesn't work because Adam pops it out. And to me, that played to Lydia that not only is there possibly a presence of ghosts, but the key didn't work. That's why she uses like a screwdriver the next time to break into the attic. She doesn't use the skeleton key again. Detail I liked, I didn't have a timestamp for it, but while Adam and Barbara in the attic, they're listening to the boat song Deo already, showing that it's a song familiar to them to be used later for
It
their
is
trickery.
setting it up.
Good stuff.
Yep. They know the song exists, and then they utilize it later.
However, at 12:56 in the movie, when they're like yelling for Jane out the window, I believe, and the music I think is still the boat song, like it's still playing in the attic, and it has a tone of kind of like, a little goofy. When they sit on the couch and Barbara puts her head in her hands, the music completely tone shift changes to sorrow, and
The
just
same song or a new song?
no new
I
song.
don't
It's
remember it.
an instrumental piece, I believe, by Danny Elfman, who just puts in his work of the song, but the Deo just fades out abruptly.
Well, it comes into, is this new song diegetic? And I don't know. Is it in the universe, or is it just the audience hearing that sad song?
I think
to
it's the
match with
audience.
the scene.
I fully believe. I don't think this is playing on the cassette player that Adam has. No.
All right, then I don't have an issue with it then. Because if you were like, the song's being played and then it abruptly switches to a new song to accommodate the scene, then yeah, I'd have an issue. But if
No,
it's
it's
just
not as-
audience sake, I don't.
It's not a smooth transition.
Well, I guess it was smooth enough for me because I didn't really pick on it.
Let's see. There's another character introduction of Lydia when she gets well, I guess the deets is all, but I wrote down just Lydia's introduction being carried in by on the furniture.
And also,
Yeah.
one of her first interactions is with a spider. Setting up a connection without there having to be an overt one.
I suppose
Yeah.
so. Yeah. And complimenting on the costume design with the what was the family name?
Deets.
Deets.
Deets. Their costumes absolutely tell you who they are before they even say anything.
True.
You know, he's the man of the house. He's stiff. He's stern. Not very creatively minded at a glance. The mother is clearly more outgoing, aloof, and the daughter's obviously the gothy loner type visually. Well, they did good with that.
I agree. It all fits their character.
I'll bring up nothing because Springs wants to talk.
Yeah, there's just a line that is said, but I don't think it has anything prior to explain it. Is when Charles comes out of the kitchen and goes, "We're going to have to rip out all the plumbing, but other than that, it's perfect." What was wrong with the plumbing? Is that just a line to be said to make it feel natural, or?
Oh, it could have been like lead pipes or ceramic pipes. We don't know how old the house is, so it just could be outdated piping. Are you questioning why he brought it up, or that he knows anything?
Why he brought it, just brought it up out of the blue kind of conversation part.
Because
it doesn't show him looking at the plumbing or someone talking to him about it.
To the kitchen or whatever. He leaves the space and comes back and says everything's good except the plumbing. We learned from the realtor Jane that he bought the house from photos. So he went into, I imagine, the kitchen. He just went to a different room. Probably checked under the sink to see the piping they got, and then boom, house looks great. Just got to fix this. So I don't have an issue him inspecting the house he never saw before purchasing, and then finding that out.
Yeah, that seems like a natural approach of things.
He might be jumping the gun by saying this is the only thing, having not checked upstairs or anything yet, but I think it's fine. One of the last things in this act is the door drawing thing, and nitpick here. They're at the page where he reads how to, for emergencies, draw a door, and he does it. It doesn't work. He turns 2 pages and then said, "Oh, knock 3 times." It's 3 pages on how to draw a door.
Well, they did say that it was a hard to understand book.
Yeah, it's like radio instructions. It could have been.
I agree, it's absurd.
3rd page is how to open it, but there could have been so many other things like, don't do this if you want to access this. If you're entering with more than one person, if you want to take luggage, it could have a bunch of nonsense.
If the book is that in depth on how to draw a door, then that book would be really, really fat for all the other rules of the afterlife. That would be a fat book.
This is more of a podcast question. Is Alec Baldwin now our most covered actor? Not including franchises?
That's a good question.
That's 3, right?
Yeah. We have this.
Is it more than 3?
Yeah.
Ken Hat's still awesome in this, I think, is what we got. Angelina Jolie is tied, I think, because we got Tomb Raider and both the Kung Fu Pandas.
Yeah, okay.
And
Amos Mrs. Smith. Angelina's got 4. Yeah. So I'm guessing he's second.
I think you're right, yeah. I left a note somewhere at the beginning of my notes about that. Because I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Baldwin again.
I mean, we've been doing a lot of them close together, though.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't thought about that, but I guess quick example. Yeah, Angela beats him by 1. Yeah, I don't know who I mean, we could have found the answer there, but I don't know who our most viewed.
I'm assuming at this point it would be the Twilight actors. But
Oh, that's
Well,
awesome.
but like I said, that's
If for
why
Johnny Angelina is 2, then yeah,
yeah,
for Kung Fu Panda.
yeah, that's why I said that's why I like non-franchise actors.
like then Robert Pattinson takes it away.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, because of Batman.
yeah. Well, we got Still Alice for Kristen Stewart.
And
That's also true.
all right, there's some research to be had.
Yeah. All right. Well, sorry, it was just a dumb question I had.
You know what, Ryder?
No, I like it.
Possibly. Say
Good
that.
question.
Possibly. That sounds like a brilliant recap question.
Sounds like a game. Am I good to go again? Or do you guys
Sure.
have more? I don't know the structure we're going with here. Nitpick when they're with the sandworm and they go back to the door because for some reason they're far from the door and then they have to run to the door. We see a shot of them trying to open it level to the door, which means they're floating there. They're not, because the door was floating in the air, but we see them trying to jostle it open, which means they're floating with the door.
I have a follow-up question.
But at this point, they don't know that as a thing they can do.
I guess I have a follow-up question that you just popped into my head for the end.
Mhm.
You know exactly what I think I'm relating to this now.
Potentially. We'll see when we get there. Maybe write it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking scroll ahead of my notes and do that. Give me a sec.
Yes, it happens.
I think it's just a continuity error.
Possibly.
I don't think they're actually floating for the door. I think it's
Okay, you believe the
issue.
door has gone down the level of the sand for them to get in?
No, I think the door's floating and they just screwed up having them at the same level as the door.
Okay.
I'm not assuming there's an in-universe fix. I think it's just a screw up.
Okay. I find it better that the door's floating as a thought of what it could be than the door going down, them entering, and then going back up for the sandworm to miss them. Because what slightly helps me know, even though they have no choice of how happening, they're not reacting when they're opening the door at this, body level you're stating. But earlier on, there's a very cartoony Barbara floating while sleeping bit.
I didn't like
Which
that
I
at
guess
all.
shows that they fly, or not fly, but they can float. And then once she knows it, she falls. So it's somewhat established prior, but they have no control over it and possibility of it, and it's not explained, or they're not shocked of it on this scene.
That also happens after, the floating bed. It's after this, right?
No, that's prior. The one where they're both on Saturn, that's after. The first instance of Adam
that's right. Yeah, that's
on
just
the
Adam.
planet where he gets grabbed
She pulls him up.
That's before the bed.
But yeah, they don't pick him as floating. So I think it's just an error. The point of her floating in the bed I thought was dumb. I like it as a fun visual, but why is she there? Are we to believe when they were living she always rolled off the bed every night? That's a regular occurrence. I find that absurd. I think they just had a fun idea. It'd be cool if she just floating in the bed, but not asking why is she off the side of the bed.
Yeah, because I mean that gets into other questions of like how they can't interact with objects while they're around the deets for a while, but they still can like run on the staircase, hit against the ceiling, the flooring, the railing.
That gets in. Yeah, I mean that's always a ghost issue.
Again, that's always an issue, but like that to me kind of ties a little bit into that. It's a funny visual. It just brings up unnecessary questions. It can bring up unnecessary questions.
It shows that, except for Otho's summoning, that they don't phase through anything.
Yes, I suppose that's true. I don't think we see them do.
They are a physical presence to themselves in their environment.
Maybe I'm remembering wrong. I think the first time they were interacting with Charles in his office, I thought that they did try to, like, she was trying to interact with him, but
she waves in front of his face but never touches him.
Okay, then I don't have an issue. All right, yeah. There was a visual there that's saying to me that they tried to interact with him.
I do feel like I think she tries to touch his foot or something, right? On the desk.
Could be, yeah. Oh, yeah, when he's trying to push him off. Maybe. Like I
That's
said, I
foggy.
have a
I'm
visual
not
in
sure.
my head of when she's trying to interact with something.
I'm running dry on this act.
As am I believe.
I have a couple more. Sorry, I'm just looking at the film. No, it doesn't look like Barbara touches George, or not George. I don't know why I said Charles at all.
George again, interesting. Okay. I don't know why I had that visual.
He's a very George character. I get it.
What was his
let's
name
see.
in Ferris Bueller? Was it
Rooney.
George? No, okay. Then I don't know. I think
should
this is
have
the
his
second
last
movie
name.
I've seen him in.
Edward Rooney. He's also in Howard the Duck.
Oh, that's right. He's,
Maybe his most
yeah.
iconic role.
I most, could you imagine that being your most iconic role?
Oof.
Unfortunate.
I have a question here, actually, for Crimson. Crimson, what do you think of Delia's sculptures? Being a craftsman of that vein.
Well, I'm referencing episode 0 here. We all know how much Crimson loves abstract, so I'm also interested.
Oh,
in
absolutely.
hearing it.
It's just, it is abstract. There is some craftsmanship involved in making it. It's not just splattering paint on a canvas. So
Shots fired, but go on.
yes, I'm sure Sinister's just his spine chilled at that comment.
I was gonna say, they remind me of the aliens from Don Hertzfeld's Meaning of Life.
Okay.
Sorry,
yeah, I can see that.
Earthlings.
It depends on who you're talking about here. No, I think that's a fair parallel. So, I don't know what they're made out of. It kind of looks like metal. It's they use kind of metal sound effects when they're alive later, so I guess they're just some sort of metal statues. And that involves some skill, so not my cup of tea, but I don't think they're as bad as the businessman was saying. I don't know, what would you guys think of her art?
Not really my aesthetic for art, but I was fine with it because sculptures are very different for me in terms of an art form. Obviously, as in terms of assessment, I think she accomplished all the goals she set out to do. And like, if I were to set a standard of like, oh, this is supposed to be a person, clearly, fuck, it doesn't look like a person, does it? It'd be curious to see. I would want to hear what she defines them as before I'd want to judge them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're not
on their
creations
own,
of a novice.
Yeah,
So,
on their own, not great. In the environment of this world, pretty fitting.
indeed so.
I think the business guy was too harsh.
A bit.
This is the friends Charles is contacting.
Not Maxie.
Not
no,
Max,
the Vanity
yeah.
Fair dude.
Oh,
Whatever.
yeah,
The
yeah,
guy
You're
who
a
didn't
flake.
believe paranormal stuff happened, even though he was part of it.
Yeah, that was a trip to write down on my notes.
It was an illusion.
Yeah.
Let's see. Otho's introduction, climbing through a window. I think
Because
that
he's paranoid or whatever.
says a good amount about him.
Yeah.
Ryder, how many more do you have for Act 1?
I think I've got the major ones out. I could probably go on like tiny praises and stuff like that, which I have a bunch of. But it's just so yeah, I'm good to move on. But if you're looking for someone to spar off of so you can get through yours, let me know.
Well, I'm looking at my notes. I got a half a page, so I'm just going through them. When Adam closes the door on the attic, headless, Otho and Delia turn. Does that indicate that they heard the door close?
Or you're talking about when he brushed up on him and they felt him go through them?
Yeah. Well, when Otho was, did you feel that? And she goes, feel what? Because she didn't feel anything and he has a slight presence. But when he slams the door and they turn, is that indicating they heard the door close?
I would assume so.
Because going up the stairs, it's open.
Yeah, since this is a real object, I assume that they heard that.
Okay.
Yeah, I've noticed that. think otherwise.
Okay, good. There's one joke that I thought was very good because it's only, funny enough, only happens once. And that's Otho being like, wonder what's behind the attic door, and Delia said, joking on that past residents are ghosts and want them out of their life.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that is so on the nose, but also so natural sounding because of the events of this house and how they obtained it, that it works totally well as long as Delia isn't constantly joking about that. Delia.
I
Sure,
agree.
yes.
Just want to point out, I guess it violates your one rule thing, though.
That's that. Yeah.
It's more of a guideline, I guess.
Yeah. I'm a confusing individual. Let's see. Oh, construction work is happening on the house, and not everyone's wearing a hard hat. I think there's one dude in a hard hat.
That's normal.
I'm fine that Otho and Delia aren't. I keep mispronouncing her name. Aren't wearing hard hats. That's okay because they're not very bright people, and Charles is inside the house. But the two people putting up the wall outside, only one of them's wearing it, and then I guess the guy walking down the stairs next to the mom isn't wearing. So I don't know if it's just a time,
I
a time of
I
the
was gonna
times,
say,
or
I don't know the safety measures in the 80s for construction work. Because I know they were looser back then. I just don't know how loose. I wasn't alive back then.
Yeah, it's not on a house project. It's not too uncommon to see them without hard hats. It's just I guess it didn't bother me. I guess didn't
it's the
strike me
sake
as
that one person was wearing one, so it was a presence.
Yeah. I guess it kind of
It's probably
depends as
recommended,
well.
but not enforced. I don't know.
Yeah.
Could be. Okay. Another question I had was: we know Lydia can see Adam and Barbara like pretty easily for being who she is. When she's trying to get through the door with the skeleton key, can she hear the commercial playing on the TV?
Seems like she could, but she doesn't really comment on it. Like, oh, you were the guy on the TV when she figured out his name or something. So I think that one's just up to interpretation. I don't know.
Okay. I couldn't tell. Because it cuts to her twice. But I couldn't tell if that's her listening in, like she is picking up something. But it's also when it's showing her in the attic stairwell, it's not like muffled audio behind the door.
I don't know. What do you think?
That was up in the air for me. I didn't know.
Run it by me again.
When
did she hear the commercial?
The commercial when she's trying to enter with the skeleton key.
Oh, like Lydia. It's kind of played off that Lydia can hear the commercial, at least in part.
Yeah, she's just kind of staring at the wall, but it cuts to her, and she's not like fidgeting with the skeleton key more, or any, like, I guess it's playing off like she's listening. But when it shows her in the stairwell, it's not having muffled audio of the commercial behind the door play.
Yeah, it's kind of implied that she can hear something. She's just not sure what she can hear. So like it would be unclear to her. So I guess you can read it either way, but it doesn't. I wouldn't affect the film that much.
Okay. On that. I like the detail. I mean, it's pretty apparent that the brick wall already has a practical door on it, but the chalk being white is the eye catcher to draw your attention away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. I already touched on the green light being so blinding light for it to come out of the attic door. Last thing I have here of this act is Charles, while bird watching, says, "Nice building, bad roof, good parking." What the hell is he talking about? There's not a single car parked.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, no arguments for that.
I did find, I guess my last bit about the act was I did find a lot of the the moving in pains kind of amusing, like the statue crashing in through the window, even though we've disagreed that the window is inconsistent. I think those are bits like that throughout the whole thing amused me, with the mom going outside and yelling constantly about, hey, be gentle, those are my sculptures. As someone who has a mom who has sculptures that need to be moved around every time I move, it's very relatable, kind of.
Delia's chaos to Charles's relaxed,
Yeah.
which is a good. I think it's a very good amount of time of him trying to make tea. Of how kind of like quiet and calm he is before the window crashing.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's kind of a
relaxed.
plays into a subversion of his the shouting, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess
All
my
right,
last point in the acts was for the page in the book, the Belticube, whatever, Beetlejuice's thing, I guess.
his flyer.
His flyer. This book is presumably standard issue. You have to bring it with you when you go to the office. I imagine every time someone dies, they get it. Or at least when you're in a group, because there's only one book for two people who died instead of two books. But who knows on that one? Actually, whatever. Who cares? There's one book instead of two, even though two people died. So why is the flyer in there at that point? Did Beetlejuice put that in there, and we as an audience just have to assume that?
I'm leaning that Beetlejuice didn't, because he hasn't been summoned. But he did have the power to come on the commercial. There's a possibility that he put it in the book. I think it was in the book to begin with when it was placed. We don't know who placed it to begin with. And the best thing I can think of is Juno never says to not summon Beetlejuice. It's just she greatly suggests. And it's into the next act, but she even gives him the answer on how to do it.
I mean, she suggesting not to do something is the same as don't do something. It's just saying it softly. I don't know. I think he did it because up to this point they've been dead for a while, and they've tried reading through the book even though they can't understand it. So I feel like they would have actually come across that page earlier. So I think it would have to be a later edition for it to just fall out.
Yeah, the only equivalent I could think of is that like Beetlejuice pays for advertisements almost, so it's like a flyer that comes with the book, like as you would with a myriad of like other junk mail you might get. So that would just be me reading far too much into the inference of the bureaucracy at hand.
Okay.
He's obviously been punished by Juno or whatever the organization they work for. We don't really get much on the organization.
Well, Beetlejuice worked for Juno.
Yeah. So he's no longer, and he's kind of trapped. So you'd think they would minimize his chances of escape. They wouldn't allow his flyers in every book of the deceased or whatever. I don't know. Something seems off there.
I think my last note for this act actually is Lydia tries to tell her dad about the ghost upstairs, and he shoos her away so he can go back to bird watching, or slash parking lot critiquing.
Yeah.
This is kind of set up into the cinematography thing that I'm going to bring up later, but also it feeds very much into the dynamic going on that I do like a lot in concept going on in the story. So
yeah, maybe you can relax in a haunted house, but I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, if that's all of Act 1, into Act 2, which begins with the afterlife waiting room, going all the way up to Beetlejuice as a snake, which can encompass that scene, but that's kind of the next slot of half hour of the film. was going to continue the cover. Since it was touched on with Crimson, just to continue, I guess, with that Juno giving the answer of how to summon Beetlejuice. I think she's smart enough to understand what she just did. I think that was completely purposeful. I don't see that as an accident or a writing device of the plot to get it along of like how Barbara because then that's, I guess, for like a writer's stance, that would be character assassination onto Juno when she's telling them not to do it.
I disagree, because Juno has the knowledge that Beetlejuice is in their area. She knows this. We hear her say that with her warning. So it would be negligent for her not to warn them on how to summon him in case they accidentally summon him. Now they know how not to summon him, because he would try to trick them into summoning him. Even his flyer says his name 3 times, and Adam almost said it.
He did.
He said it 2.5 times. So I think it's good she said it to warn them, because she knows Beetlejuice will try to get them to say it.
Interesting.
You disagree with that?
No, I agree with you. It's just a new aspect onto that I've never picked up on. And I think both play in both forms of it, which I think strengthens it then.
Why does that strengthen it?
Because it's helping the story along with the aspect of how to do it, but it's also her telling them how to do it to protect them from not doing it. And both are achieved.
Yes. Comes across to the audience how to do it, and she's protecting them. Yeah.
Because I always saw it as like her, by saying I highly suggest rather than, like the word choice of highly suggest rather than never under any circumstance, so don't, kind of thing, is like a last case scenario, summon him. Which could be like Juno being like, oh, it's another mess, but she has the power to clean it up kind of thing, which she does do with the brothel.
I mean, Beetlejuice was her understudy / intern, so I think she would know the limitations of that. So even she must know he's good at his job. It's just very hyper specific that you would want him to do the job for you.
Yeah.
I mean, even in this, he does what he said he would. He did the deal correctly. He saved them for marriage.
It be true.
And it wasn't like a genie thing either. He didn't just bring them back as shriveled up old ghosts. They were actually recovered back to their original state.
Demons do love their contracts.
That's true. Yeah, he's not even fully a slimy guy either in that regards.
I would never.
He's not a loophole guy.
He's a charismatic perv.
He comes across as chaotic neutral to me, not chaotic evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that,
And I mean, it was word.
He did teleport, and I guess he gave Barbara warnings, but he did teleport
he gave her 2
her
chances.
to Saturn
to
kill her. So,
well, he does know there's a doorway out.
Well,
he doesn't.
I guess we'll touch on that in the last act because I don't know.
Yeah, we'll
about
get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that then.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go with the writer.
We're on Act 2 now.
Yes, we are.
It's a shame that I already used up my first point in describing how much I enjoyed the bureaucracy of it. I like the detail that we hear from Otho or Mrs. Dietz, that it's the people who commit suicide that are the service workers in the afterlife. I quite like that they were the detail for that here. They kind of reveal it again, so that detail that you pick up early in the film gets a payoff here.
Does that help into then Otho being more knowledgeable than the joke of what he could be?
Yes.
Since he commented on it?
Yeah, he it's the fact that he commented on it, and it helps support the fact that he is somewhat aware of how the paranormal works, or at least he's heard the rumor, the mythology behind that as a functioning concept before. and I like that you kind of get a payoff for paying attention in the sense that they're all the service workers here are suicide victims.
Could you see it being played the other way around, where it's a line used, and then it's like, oh, that's an interesting fact, and then they cement it in the film, and you're like, oh, interesting. Like, not that Otho specifically knew, but like the film played it off of connection of a joke more so.
I
comedy
think it was fully intended. It's too clean, I think, to be that way.
In either case, it doesn't really affect the script that much. Like from my point of view,
not really.
Because I mean,
no, but it could affect the humor of it.
Right, but it doesn't change the pace of the story. It doesn't change the story.
No. I'm not. Sorry. What I'm saying here, I'm not looking for a problem or nitpick of it. I'm just saying it changes the tone, possibly, to a viewer. One could find it far funnier with the viewpoint on it.
That would be interesting. Yeah, all I'll say is that'll be interesting.
Let's see. I like a nice little detail in the background of the waiting room is that the exit sign says no exit. So I don't know if that that prop is just like you can't go that way, or where would that lead? But
I didn't notice that. That's good.
However, I find it slightly confusing, and I don't know the full purpose, that they go through this door to the afterlife for a meeting to tell them to go to a door, door 6 down the hall on the right, to just play off more of the afterlife look, and when they go through the door, they're in their own house again.
Sorry, what's the point?
They don't go to the they're trying to find help, but the help finds them, kind of is the thing. So while they're in the afterlife, I guess Juno gets informed, but she just goes to their house to talk to them. So it's like she was summoned because of their event?
Yeah, she might be inspecting the place, maybe.
Yeah. It's like the road-killed guy doesn't take them to Juno's office, which happens later, to find her. He tells them to essentially go home.
For all we know, she has field days and days where she goes in the field and days where she just meets people in her office. And maybe that's just what they do for first-timers. Like, she goes to their house to see the problem.
I guess that could be.
She said each case is different, so probably not everybody's problem is getting new neighbors out of or new owners out of their house. Probably some other issues.
That's true.
How can I tell my loved one that I loved them for the last time or something? I'm sure there'd be other issues people have other than that the people that moved into the house out.
Yeah. Coach, I don't think we made it.
I have issues with that. We'll get to that.
That was funny, but got some issues.
That has quite a few problems added because of that. Let's see what I got here. So we get the ghost sheet here. I have a couple issues. So they're floating, which makes them tall, and we see
Are they floating?
Charlie. Yes. In the photograph, Lydia even says that there's no feet.
Yes. Okay, so we view that differently then. Got it.
Oh, okay. What? No, tell me, what's the difference?
To me, is the photos can't pick up their feet. The photo is only picking up the sheet because that's a physical presence in the world and not the ghosts. So it looks like they're floating sheets. But to Lydia, she can clearly see the entirety of them.
Well, we can clearly see them leave the bedroom floating and not walking.
Oh.
They're hovering. They're not bobbing like they're walking. They're floating.
The way the cinematography helps with this particular scene, and to imply that they're floating and not walking, is how smooth that they're gliding across the ground. It feels like one of those sideways escalators at an airport that they're on, kind of going. And that's at least that would be my imaginary filming technique or whatever.
Yeah, they're floating in the room. The camera, I don't know. probably doesn't show their feet floating. I
It
suppose.
doesn't, but they imply the movement with it. Like they're not taking
Yeah.
steps. It's clearly they're just being glided across the ground,
Mhm.
which would to me
So-
imply that they're floating. But I agree with you, Springs.
Yeah.
I saw the you just can't see their feet bit for the longest time up until this particular viewing. Funny enough.
Yeah, the
So-
cinematography never shows the full body.
No, but it shows them not walking for sure, though. But the original point I was going with is they're tall. Charlie opens the door and thinks it's Lydia, who's the same height as him, which is weird. That doesn't make sense. So that's a discrepancy I saw. I think a bigger issue is why can they be heard when they moan, but not when they talk?
That's a good point.
I don't.
I know. You mean when
Without a
they're-
line, I don't know. I don't know if that's just like a ghost ruling thing, like whales. But they never classify that in the book. It's just like stick to the basics of what you know. And what they know is stereotypes of ghosts. So I don't know if that gives it strength in their performance. I don't know.
I
Or
just think,
that it would it play into the human psyche of what a ghost is to strengthen the visual to come across to those who don't believe?
well, those that don't believe don't acknowledge them at all. That's the whole point. They can't see them, acknowledge them, hear them. They don't have any of that. That's what makes Lydia special.
Yeah.
So I think they just fumbled the ball there. They didn't really think about that. They went for the more comedic approach
Yeah, they went for the
in
classic
universe.
sheety
application.
ghost look, which is funny. I'm surprised they can clearly interact with objects. I'm surprised that this is what they've decided to do. Instead of just like throwing a book at them, like to wake them
Yeah,
up
there's a lot
first.
they could do.
So it feels like
Well, what they could do is like, Lydia, stop playing with the $300 sheets, and they yank the sheet off and no one's there.
Yeah. So there's definitely some other stuff they could have played around with, because it kind of feels like they dumbed down the two main characters in order for, again, the plot to progress towards Beetlejuice.
It's true. I mean, it's good that Barbara even comments on it. It's like I feel stupid.
Yeah.
I feel silly or something.
Yeah, but I think it's just it's a shame.
It help-
A little bit.
Well, it helps. It's an attempt of what they've been told by Juno, of like a more baby step approach than their initial like ripping the heads off and their faces off, because that didn't work at all.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't dislike this approach. It's just like there's so much other things they could do to be haunting. Like they could flicker the TV on and off. They could flip the light switch. They could throw a book across the room. They could do
Break a window. Who knows? And they, after this failed attempt, they immediately consider Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
They don't try anything else.
Like I said, obviously it feels like they dumbed down the characters, but the intention obviously is they're building up to Beetlejuice. So it feels like to make that better, they would just have them try other basic things that don't work. Like maybe they don't want to throw a book at them across the room because they find that rude, but they still throw a book across not at them. They just throw a book at like the bed, and that doesn't do anything. So it would clearly draw like delineated moral lines for them that they don't want to actually hurt them. They just want to get them out of the house.
Yeah.
Which
so,
could then lead to
I,
again why they shut down Beetlejuice really hard once he starts hurting them.
yeah, I guess that could be a pacing thing, is that we don't get the time of them actually trying. We get this one lousy failed attempt, and then they move on.
Get caught red-handed by Lydia too, which kind of interrupts the rest of their progress.
And
this
an
shows.
issue.
I was just gonna say this shows a second instance of failure onto them, so it's not like their first attempt and Adam, says, "Oh, we'll try again tomorrow," or "Let's go with a different approach." It's now like things aren't working that they've been told how to try, and then on their own. So, because then they even say like, "We'll try Beetlejuice." It's not like guaranteed. So I think that works fine.
More on this sheet thing is Lydia herself. They exit the room, and she said, "Can you guys keep sexual stuff to your room?" And she's still taking photos of them. So at that point, she doesn't think they're ghosts yet.
That I thought was a bit odd.
It's very odd.
That
She didn't realize till she looked at the photos that they were floating, and then looked at them. So she was taking pictures of her parents.
yeah, Lydia
post-deed,
wanted to photograph shame on the possible kink her folks have.
which
what I
is
wrote
very peculiar.
I think, at least my interpretation of that was Lydia was just trying to get dirt on them because they obviously don't have the healthiest relationship, though they're okay as far as parents go, but there's clearly a disconnect. That's kind of how I ended up reading the scene.
Yeah, slightly ignoring her.
But yeah, I agree. It's a little weird that that's where they went with it. I think she was just taking a picture of her parents having kinky times together.
What
I
she
guess.
thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Question for both of you, but I wrote it that writer would probably get this. There's a joke that Juno says of, "You should thank God you didn't die in Italy." Now, that could be a history joke that went right over my head. Could someone explain the reasoning for that?
Since they don't really reference a time in Italy, I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got nothing for you, considering they don't reference a time period or anything else related to Italy. They just say Italy. Maybe they have a different.
Italy does have a dark time,
Yeah.
but we don't get that added context.
Yeah,
for the joke.
my best guess is that, like, if I were to hedge my bets, we have the Roman Empire that sprung out of Italy and several other empires that spawned out of Italy. It was like the center of culture for quite a long period of history, and or she could be referencing that just the bureaucracy is different there, more crowded because of the storied history that it does have. I genuinely don't know because they don't really give us a frame of reference beyond that line of dialogue.
Okay.
So, sorry, couldn't help on
No,
that
it's
one.
okay. I didn't know. It just felt very much like something that
Sounded
you two
pointed.
might know.
Yeah, it sounded like there's something for it. I don't know what it is.
But did either of you two catch at least I did, a bad instance of ADR at the 3610 timestamp in the film, where Juno goes into the attic and she's explaining more about, I think, Beetlejuice or what to do as she's walking in front of them towards, I guess, the model of the city. And shadow is over half her face, but you see the corner of her mouth still like in light, but it's not moving whatsoever.
Missed that one.
No, I didn't catch it. Unfortunately, it makes sense that it was hidden though by the choice of the dark lighting.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was the one instance of ADR that was abruptly bad.
Yeah.
In this act, we get set up something that they don't follow through later. Is when they are in the what's the office? I guess I don't know where they're at.
Waiting room.
The DMV thing. I don't know. Yeah, the waiting room. We learned that they were there for 3 months, and I'll just leave it there. I'm sure it'll come back later.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm just going with time works differently in the afterlife, Saturn, and Earth.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And we'll see what the impact of that is later.
Oh, I see. I think I see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
There's an instance, like with the Juno talk, practically right where I stopped after the ADR bit, where she's explaining something and an orange light comes on as she's explaining, and it cuts to Adam and Barbara looking confused where this light is coming from. Did you two get that?
No. Were
Okay.
they acknowledging the light or something else?
They were acknowledging the light. I found that interesting. So Juno conjured up a dramatic lighting for her.
I mean, perks of the business, I guess.
Yeah, I'd have to re-see that.
I when I first saw Juno, I'm like, I thought she was very familiar, and I couldn't place it where I saw her from before, because it's been a while since I've seen the film. So it was funny, but we'll get there when we get there.
Oh, so did you
I
recognize her
know.
from something?
I know I made a meme referring to you.
that is what I'm thinking of. When
yes.
I didn't realize that was from this film until that scene happened, which is the timestamp in our React Discord.
Gotcha. I'm sure you don't recognize her from such hits like City Streets of 1931 or You and Me of 1938.
No.
You just have that written down? Or do you have her up right now?
No, I just looked it up. Supposedly she's credited in Mars Attacks.
She's the voice, actually, of the Martians.
That's a little rude, but okay.
Yeah, when she's in their house, this is when we see she has, at least when I noticed, she had the slit throat with the smoke. I don't know if it was in her office. I didn't notice it then.
I didn't notice it all this time, so
yeah, she's smoking in their house, and the smoke's coming out of her throat. And
Very cool.
The slit isn't obvious. It's definitely missable, and I think that makes it even better. Honestly, that it's subtle. It's not really focused on.
And the fact that one of the three podcasters here just went over his head. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it's made better by the confirmation of the suicide being civil servant stuff, because that means the roadkill guy was a suicide thing, which at the time wasn't realized, just a run over guy. But then it's added with the context. Oh no, he did that to himself. Yeah, so I did like that with the addition of that line, adding context to these, because she could have just been murdered. He could have accidentally gotten hit by a car, but then we're like, oh no, it's more than that. We actually get some backstory with them through that one line.
What would be your theory connection to the skeletons then?
They decided to die in a vat of acid trying to become superheroes.
Technically, could be true.
Sorry. There we go. Sky High reference, everybody.
I mean, they're not charred, so they probably didn't burn themselves. We do see a burned guy later.
Yeah. Let's try to cut back. That was funny.
So, I don't know on that, but I'm sure there's ways they can do that.
Okay. I like the camera work on a fly's point of view going down to the model.
Being teased by Beetlejuice?
Yeah. Being eaten. But I thought that was cool.
I found it funny that Beetlejuice was using candy to try and bait them.
Well, I don't know what a Zagnut bar is. It could be poop.
Yeah, but it's in a candy bar, so it's he might have
a candy bar that Beetlejuice is holding.
Yeah,
could
be anything. I just found that funny. That was the prop they went with for that.
Also, that is such a good, detailed-looking stop-motion fly.
It's decent.
Like on a pause, it comes across believable.
Okay. Visually, yes, and movement, I disagree.
Movement, no. Movement, very stop motion.
Visually, I can agree. An issue I had with the fly was the camera work, where there's a point where it's stationary, and horseflies, houseflies, don't do that. They don't hover. They are in constant movement. So that was just a discrepancy with the insect they chose, because there are some flying insects like hoverflies, but that was not a hoverfly.
No, I got a stupid excuse to go about that, but
okay.
the camera the camera point of view at the beginning of the shot wasn't the fly the entirety of the time and transitioned when it lined up.
I would agree if that was all that happened, but it moves, then it stops, and then it moves more. So that there is a part where the fly stops flying in air.
Oh.
So, which is what brought it to my attention in the first place. So, but I agree, it's cool. I like the idea of it. They just chose the wrong insect for that pause that they added. I would have just removed the pause.
Let's go to writer for a point.
Sure. I'm a sucker for found family dynamics, and oh boy, was I very happy to be experiencing that in this film. Because while Lydia has kind of has disconnection with her parents, though they clearly still love each other, there's just a disconnection. I do like the fact that she actually starts to kind of get attached to the ghosts, and they're not necessarily. You know, they talk about having a family at the start of wanting to start a family at the beginning of the film. They can't do that because they're dead, but here comes along Lydia, and good stuff. Warms my cold dead heart.
It helps for me, the character as well, that Delia is Lydia's stepmom.
Yeah.
And explaining why she calls her by first name and kind of very cold to her, and so I think that helps give a distance between them.
Yeah, so there's still distance, but obviously, like I say, I don't think the relationship is completely toxic, which is nice, I guess. Yeah, all this to say is I quite like their first interaction. Like they're the two, like God, what's her name? Barb and Adam are very giddy when they're showing Lydia like the model and their space in the attic, because they're get to talk to her and. Because they're not, they're not really ready to be super scary ghosts. It's not their thing. They just want to be friendly, and I think Lydia gave them the opportunity to do that, which I think is good. Good stuff for me. As far as my subjective is concerned, and I think it's some good objective stuff here too.
Gotcha. I'll touch on a character's. It's not. How do I word this? It's an introduction scene to a character, but it's the end of the introduction, not the beginning of it. And that's with Max, or Maxie Dean. Of him and Charles on the phone, and Charles like being like, "Come on out, see the place," and all this, and Max is like, "Oh yeah, Charles, you were a demon up here, all great." And it's the ending line after he hangs up and calls him a putz that I think sells Max's character.
Yeah, tells you his thoughts on Charles.
Yeah, but it's not really shown at all of that feeling prior.
No, he's got a face on while talking to them.
Yeah, it comes across as equals.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really good.
It was a good addition for that, yeah. I agree. Springs, a question back to the fly bit. So impactful for me. We hear "help me" when it's getting killed by Beetlejuice. Was that the fly or Beetlejuice imitating a fly? I think it was the fly.
Ooh, great question. Great question. I think it's the fly.
Do you have any issues with that then?
No. I think that Beetlejuice can communicate to bugs.
Going at this from a mythology angle, Betelgeuse is the Lord of Flies. So.
Interesting.
Oh.
I never had an issue with the fly screaming "help me" because I just assumed Beetlejuice could understand that, so that's what he heard.
So the audience was hearing the fly through Beetlejuice.
Yes.
I think so.
That was my assumption of the scene. But I fully understand that I might be reading into it with that.
Yeah, very much could be Beetlejuice doing a voice of the fly.
Just to mock his prey. It's certainly possible.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. That stood out as being questionable.
At this point, I think the whimsy was. I was more accepting of it it was just because there's been so much whimsy up to this point in the film that I think that just rolled over for me.
I didn't check the credits if there was a fly voice credit.
Oh, Could have helped.
Maybe next time.
Maybe.
Detail I like, which I guess goes into costume department, is when Adam and Barbara take off their sheets and they're having the talk with Lydia. Lydia's all in black and her hair is framed around her face of black hair, really giving her face a pale pop to it, making her come across more dead looking than Adam and Barbara.
She's dead on the inside. It's fine.
I just thought that was a really good look.
I agree. It was some solid costume designing, I guess, and lighting.
A question that doesn't have an answer. Just want to get your guys' thoughts on. How long between Beetlejuices till you have to say it over again? You say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, and then 5 minutes later Beetlejuice, and that counts as 3? Or does it have to be within like 30 seconds or something?
I think the 3 words have to line up to the 3 words. Right?
I would agree with that, except we show that's not necessary with the whole charades game. With
I mean, it's still her saying it though.
Yeah.
But she does make
you
multiple
mean
guesses.
where it's in between?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she's guessing, she says it, and then
It could fall upon intention.
haha, that I don't want to retread that ground. But yeah, you're right. It could be intention, but we don't really get any answer for that, as you pointed out, Crimson. So
no.
Yeah.
I'll jump to Lydia talking to her mom because they were talking about she was talking about the ghost upstairs, and then her mom is busy preparing for the party. You get to see more of the disconnect that's there. About how the stepmom and Lydia just don't really connect, and we can kind of see
they're abstract to each other.
And we can kind of see I guess some of the groundwork for what will be very obvious hints to Lydia suffering depression, or at least a form of it.
Yeah. It gets into Act 3, but I'm not going to remember. Never mind.
If you're not going to remember, say it now.
So, since you brought up Lydia depression thing, I didn't know how odd it was for her to work on that note, the suicide note. Because she knows these 2 ghosts. She knows they don't enjoy being ghosts. They don't want to be ghosts. They don't want to be here. But they're stuck here.
Yeah.
So it's a little odd that she wants to join the same issues they have.
The thing for me about it was very lukewarm. I like that the setup to that was subtle. But there's not enough connective tissue for me to fully buy into her wanting to make this choice. So it was I'm 50-50 on the scene itself when she's talking about writing the suicide note, trying to figure out like how she's trying to think it's going to make her be happy, because from her point of view, the ghosts are just going around having a whimsical time and having fun. And she clearly wants that. But she doesn't fully understand like the other consequences that can come along with it. Because in her mind, it goes to the question of like, what's the point in living if they're having more fun from her perspective than she is being dead.
Yeah, she doesn't know all the details, but
yeah,
it also teen angst and
yeah,
all that to
So yeah, I'm 50-50 on the scene personally. I think they had an opportunity here to really like dig deep into like character work and stuff like that for Lydia and her relationship with both the ghosts and her actual parents. But they don't really do much with this scene in of itself, other than just the ghosts just say it's not as chopped up to you as you think it is, which for me I think is a very lame payoff to what they could have done.
Yeah, because it didn't feel like she wanted to be a ghost for the fun. At least I didn't get that out of it.
Yeah.
Her note was talking about how lonely she feels.
Yeah. I think
this was after she felt like they betrayed her with the snake thing because she didn't know it was Beetlejuice yet.
Yeah.
So she felt alone. So it felt like a full suicide depression thing, unless I'm curious what the other side is. So I didn't get that from that.
You're asking. You first, Sprinks.
I was gonna say I see it as a sign of escapism because she knows the belief of ghosts, and it's a way to leave. I don't see it as like joining Adam and Barbara because the Beetlejuice snake she didn't know was connected, but she also doesn't have all the details that like suicide will take you to a civil worker situation and that whole life, and also the note I think is specifically for her dad because of her connections to him. There's nothing like there's not one great strong scene of their characters together, but I think there's enough there of her care for him. So I think it all lines up well. It's not super solid, but I don't see it as bad in any means.
I think it's barely serviceable for me. It just lacks a lot of foundation for, I think, what they were going for.
Yeah. So I guess we're all lukewarm on it then?
Certainly could be better.
Yeah.
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 But then again, certainly could be worse.
Yeah, could be worse too. I think... yeah, I think that'd just be the best way to sum it up. We're all lukewarm on it. It's serviceable as it is, but there was so much more rich character potential that they could get out of it. It comes across as disappointing to me and kind of an objective issue, but it works, I guess.
It's a weird one.
It's a weird one.
All right, back to Act 2. Somebody else.
Yeah, let's go with Ryder.
That was mine.
Okay, sweet. Let's go to Crimson.
I
on my
a
face.
suicide note.
All right, fine. Let's go to me. I like the detail that when they're digging up the grave in the model, it's actually materials of the model and it's not dirt.
Yeah, that was a good detail I liked. I appreciated they kept that consistency as well.
Same with the fly. I like the visual. I like the idea. The execution wasn't optimal because the cardboard, like the chunks, aren't the same dimensions as the thickness of the cardboard they're digging. One of the pieces says fragile, but at that scale, it shouldn't be legible. It should be like part of a letter, if anything.
Yeah, because
it would not say the entire word.
Yeah,
unless it's actually not that thick, and that's just what Beetlejuice has put.
No, we see them digging into the cardboard of the floor.
Well, true, but how thick is that? Is it literally just the rough and then the cardboard or the like corkboard and everything under that?
The green grass foam thing. You see the corkboard. You see corrugated cardboard, some sort of like foam board layer, and then something else under that. You see all those things. It's real cardboard.
Yeah, but is the model of the village actually that thick then? What I'm saying is that a place just for the grave of Beetlejuice on his behalf?
I would say no. That sounds like you're trying to fix just an easy mistake they did, opposed to what's actually in the movie.
Well, I know that Adam didn't make a Beetlejuice grave for his model.
Correct.
But
so why would Beetlejuice just make it dirt or something then? Why is it chunks of cardboard that wouldn't be appropriate to the model? Why wouldn't he make it accurate to the model? So I think it's just something they goofed, or it was just impractical to make it to scale.
Okay, could be. I don't know if that would touch into the $1 million budget. Well, that was practical.
We said that was visual
props. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. I guess I can go again. The banana dance song at the dinner. I think it's pretty iconic. It's enjoyable. It's fun. brings up a question of how they learned to do all this, because that is way outside the capabilities we've seen them possess. That feels like Beetlejuice level powers.
That was again 0 to 100 moment for me. I think I don't know if it was this point or whether they were ripping their faces off. I compared their abilities to just Ray, where they just acquired them. There was no explanation as to how they got there.
Yeah, there's no
Ray.
training.
Yeah,
Palpatine.
Ray Palpatine.
Thank you.
There's no training. There's no Juno telling them how to do these type of things. It's just, all right, scare them, and they're like, okay, we'll do it. They come up with this multi-possession thing. They turn the food into demon hands. It's very extra.
The only setup that this has, and I'm going to say it loosely because it's still not enough, because they have not done it before to this scale, is Beetlejuice mimicking Barb's voice and taking over her for a second.
True, but that's on his power of possession.
Yes, that's his power of possession. So they know it's an ability, but they went from 0 to 100 with them being able to do it to everybody at this table instantly.
Yeah.
And since we're at that scene, this is where the cinematography praise that I've been alluded to a couple times comes in the film. We have the dad who's being kind of neglectful of Lydia in favor for his new relationship with Mrs. Dietz. So when we have the camera shot over his head, we see Lydia is not in frame at all, and the inverse of that, when it's over the shoulder for Mrs. Dietz, and Lydia is off center frame, but she's close to center up, and I think that kind of illustrates or embellishes kind of what the scenes we've seen with her parents respectively in both times it's come up. We see that Mrs. Dietz sees Lydia as a kind of a problem, and we have her dad kind of choosing to ignore her. So for me, that the cinematography in this particular scene stood out to me as just embellishing what we've seen before, which was reinforcing the character relationships without just by the cinematography, without necessarily needing to rehash it with dialogue.
I agree. Well put.
Great detail. Good picking up on it.
Yeah, for me it was like, and I'm not the cinematography guy, but for me that one just stood out as obviously connecting to like what the character stuff was before. So I really loved those particular set of shots before the whole dance routine broke out. And another detail, I like that they explicitly don't possess Lydia because they like her.
Yeah,
that's true. They're not trying to scare her.
Yeah, she's off the side smiling and having fun with it because they've
Does
connected.
She see them trying? Where are they?
That would be interesting to see to see if she saw them trying to do this,
like puppeteering.
Yeah. But again, good detail that they actually like Lydia, so they don't possess her. I like that because again, I'm a sucker for found family dynamics, so it's just being reinforced.
Another detail for that is when Delia starts singing. The Charlie comments how funny it is, and then he looks under the table, and I was like, "What is he? Oh, he's looking for like a radio or a CD player, something to explain where that voice is coming from, because it's not her singing it in his mind." So I like how he tried to figure stuff out.
That response, he goes to Otho, asking how he did it.
Yeah. So I like how they tried grounding it until it
it's
reached
obvious
everybody.
that it's possession.
Yes.
What a fun scene.
Honestly, yeah, it was legit. If I were to give this movie an identity, like if I had to pick one scene as this movie's identity, I'd probably pick this scene, even though it lacks Beetlejuice.
Well,
Yeah.
He's only in a small percentage of the film.
Yeah, you said 14
surprisingly.
minutes something, yeah.
14 and a half minutes out of an hour 32. So out of 92 minutes, 14 and a half of that.
About a sixth.
Yeah. I guess the one nitpick I do have with this scene is obviously the shrimp that turns into hands.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's funny.
and laughs.
Yeah.
Shrimp laughing
Yeah.
is interesting. The shrimp hand reminded me very much of another film, writer unfortunately you have not seen, but Crimson, if you can recover, of a scene from Spooky Island. There's some haunted food there.
Yeah. Yeah, there are.
If the audience knows what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. I get what you're putting down.
Yeah, looked a bit similar.
So, what about the shrimp turning into hands, Ryder?
Oh, they just spawned in like gauntlet shrimps, pretty much like a gauntlet made out of shrimps to grab their people's faces. And also, that's a lot of hands that reached up and grabbed.
Yeah. Which is just more for their power levels that come out of nowhere.
Yeah. It, like I said, it's almost, this one in this instance, it's like it's almost worth it for the gimmick, but it was just, I think they crossed the line a bit with the shrimp faces, like almost grab, the shrimp hands grabbing people's faces.
Mm-hmm. And then that guy still doesn't believe it.
I know. This is one of the, that to me was insanity.
He thought he was on drugs?
I have no idea what self-justification he had. It was fucking ridiculous.
Did he give an explanation? Because
No.
we have
No.
Delia, like, it's not a hallucination.
It's
when
not
they're
a,
running
yeah,
out the
it's not
door.
an illusion or anything. And then he goes, "You're a flake. You'll
Yeah.
always be a flake," and then walks away.
Yeah, his whole thing is like, oh, you're not gonna show us your actual ghost? Well, fuck you then. We're gonna leave. Oh, you've always been a flake. So it was just very much a very
Yeah. Was he so stuck up on not finding a solution to the whole thing that he just left?
Well, it's because the ghost didn't want to come down.
Yeah, so he found it as fake, or practical, like amusement park, like a joke.
I mean, if he witnessed everyone
he
doing
was
that, he could be like,
possessed.
"Oh, they coordinated that." But yeah, it's the possession. That's like, how do you rationalize that? You don't. That's like, you're possessed. That's not normal.
It was such a that to me stood out as very weird.
Like, since there's only two of them, if they only possessed Charlie and Delia or whatever, and they started dancing, then he could be like, "Oh, they're setting this up. It's a thing." I'm like, okay, that would make sense. There's only two ghosts; they can only possess two, and then they could be perceived as some sort of ploy for selling the amusement park idea. But no, they're all possessed. They all got grabbed by shrimp hands. It's all too much.
Actually, he was doing a very good job at hiding his fear. He was very scared and wanted to get out of that house.
No, I would not want
But
to stay in that house.
I've lived
it
in
didn't
too
really
many
work
haunted houses to
because
care. I'm like, oh my god, fun ghosts. This is strange.
Yeah. because Adam and Barbara are like looking like they'll run out any minute, and they don't. And Lydia's like, they want to talk to you. But Charles and Delia are really like excited over the event, and the other two are just seeing like the money opportunity in it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the business.
they're very
opportunity.
capitalist.
Yeah.
Um,
So
to-
oh, go ahead.
no, you first.
Okay. I don't know if it plays into, I guess it's objective for you two. Does the use of all the sound effects in this movie damage it?
I'm gonna need an example.
Beetlejuice coming out of his grave and throwing his hat, and you get like this whirly bird sound effect, or him looking for his pockets that are squeaking when he puts a mouse, him grabbing his crotch and it's like an old car horn.
No,
Like these background sound effects.
they can be played as he's the one making the sounds. It's all part of
Okay.
his character being.
He's doing his
wacky.
own Foley work.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have any issues with it. I don't think objectively I have anything for that. Do you?
Okay.
Or were you just curious?
No. No, I actually found it very touching to the character. Like it's just
Yeah.
like a characterization more of Beetlejuice. But I guess it's real smart to play off of that in world. It's him actually like using his own powers of a soundboard in moments to heighten himself.
I could see a route for where it would become an objective problem, but they definitely didn't overdo it. So I don't think it's an objective problem. I think it's fine as it is. I also quite enjoyed it subjectively.
I think it's only also my examples given are only out of Beetlejuice.
Yeah, which helps
don't have
because
an
Beetlejuice is
instance
supposed to be
that-
like super powerful and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
If there was an instance where it wasn't him,
yeah,
then it might be a problem.
I mean the only time something gets spawned in that's not Beetlejuice related is Juno, which makes sense because Juno is supposed to be powerful as well.
Yeah, but there's no goofy sound effects.
There's no goofy
like
sound
she
effects,
does.
but that seems very much his style of wanting to scare people out of the house and stuff like that. So I don't have any objective issue with it either. I think it was good.
Okay.
All
right, cool.
I do like. Well, it's convenient that they land upon the correct word to get out of the model home, or whatever.
That was going to be my next point.
Well, in that case, I'll just turn this over to you then, because that's not my point. So.
Oh, yeah, the home thing was just out of nowhere lucky. Can they just say house, and they own the house now? And what's the limits of just speaking things 3 times in a row? The first word was Beetlejuice, not model. And saying Beetlejuice 3 times didn't summon him. They had to dig him out. And he wasn't even free after saying the name 3 times, which he did with Lydia. And you could say, well, she made a deal to marry him, so now he's free because he made a deal. But he still got out being the snake thing later. And they had to say his name 3 times to kick him out. So I don't know what's going on with the rules.
I don't know. I'll just go with that. I don't know.
I think it's
A home doesn't make any sense.
a big issue. The summoning him is an issue.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. There's not really a lot of consistency about it, unfortunately. And while it makes sense that Barb would be the one to try things and eventually pitch upon the right word, the fact that she pitches upon the correct word like instantly.
Yeah. It would have been better if it was just saying his name 3 times again to get out of it, and then Adam was like confused, and she explained her thought of like, well, if it took us there, maybe it would take us back, and then that could help with the ending to say his name again to stop the wedding.
That could work. A little bit anyway.
But Ryder, you had something that wasn't the home thing.
Yes, I was going to say I quite like the fact when they disappear off the table, when Beetlejuice turns around and he gets pissed off and starts cursing them out and kicks the fucking model tree over, to which he just immediately puts back up. It was just a quick exchange that I appreciated, I guess. And also,
I do like that they showed him fixing it.
Yeah, and I also enjoy how desperate Beetlejuice is to kind of be set free and make the contract to get out.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing I wish that would add more impact is know a little bit about his backstory. How long he's been trapped would, I think, be helpful information.
Oh, he lived through the Black Plague.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what he claims.
It would be,
But
I think
we
the
don't know if
best-
he's older than that, too. He could be thousands of years old.
I think the best source of that information would be Juno. Because I'm trying to think if I don't know, in the interactions we get with him, I don't know if there's any place that would naturally fit in other than Beetlejuice just spouting it out like, man, 10,000 years will give you such a crink in the neck kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah, or his flyer or ad saying 2,000 years and run and going strong or something. His business.
There's some ways they can fit in. Yeah.
I thought there was some line I'm thinking of now where he says like, haven't seen that or haven't felt that in like a millennial or something.
600 years since he's been with a woman.
God.
and then that's when the female,
When he wants some action.
the brothel or whatever shows up.
Yeah. Okay.
600 years.
Okay. I have a podcast question, which is a little
Another one.
peek
I need to
behind
come
the
up with one.
little peek behind the curtain here. It's no surprise that Ryder is the one here who writes the descriptions for the podcast episodes. And you, audience, if you've ever paid much attention to reading them, you can see one of the used words is intrepid, which comes up a couple amount of times.
Intrepid.
There's a line in this
Yes.
film. Sorry, thank you. Pose a toast to our intrepid friends. I can't pronounce that right. Anyway, from Charles, is this the first film to ever use that word that we've covered?
I guess like in history, absolutely not. Nothing comes to mind before that. I don't know if they bring it up in Treasure Planet or anything.
Intrepid would be a word used mostly in adventure films, and so I'm trying to think of our adventure films that we've covered. There aren't many.
I don't think it was ever in Firefly.
Yeah.
Wasn't in Firefly, wasn't in Tomb Raider, was not in Relic Hunter. Wasn't in
I don't know.
Atlantis.
It just seems a small staple of the podcast of its usage. So it stood out to me.
All right. Well, audience, whichever brave individual would like to go back and watch every single podcast, movie, and show, let us know. Thank you. Much appreciated. Good luck.
What a homework assignment.
I know. Have fun.
Okay, well, I don't know, Crimson.
Okay. Let's see. I'm running out of options here. So they're hiding in the attic. Why? They're hanging out the window. No one can see them except Lydia, and she has good odds of not ratting them out. They open the door for them to come in. So why?
Do you think they hide out the window because now they believe that Charles and
like they can
Delilah
they can see them now.
believe in them, possibly? So they're hiding?
Well, when they're possessed and stuff, wouldn't they start believing during the whole dance bit? And then they would be revealed during the possessions.
They could be, but we don't even
especially
see
Otto or Odo. Odo would be seen. Otho.
Don't drag
but we
Odo
don't see
into this.
Lydia seeing them. So I don't even think they're present in the dining room.
They did that from the attic?
Maybe. Could have been from the kitchen.
God, that just makes them even stronger. I don't know.
My issue with them jumping out the window is that they exit the house and they're not hanging from the window on Saturn.
Oh, that's another issue. Yeah, there's a few issues that can crop out of that potential.
Good point. Why wasn't a sand snake nipping at their feet?
It's a bird crossing me. It's Shai Hulud, the son of Gaib.
I don't speak Dutch. Yeah, that was my one little issue with it.
That was funny.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, good point. Didn't think of that. I don't think they were thinking, oh, they could see us now because of that, and I don't think they conveyed that as a worry they had.
I don't know. They know they can't be seen, but if they're now being told that they believe or what they did is like amusing and belief, I feel like that's an instance where they could be seen then.
I guess it's gray enough to where I can't say it's an issue, but I am leaning towards that it is. But I can't apply it. It's too gray.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I see a lot of reasonable excuses one could give to get out of it being an issue. But I do see this is gonna be weird to say. I see the groundwork being laid for an issue.
Yeah. I think that was. Wait, I need to look at the end. What was the end of this act again?
The snake.
Snake. Okay, this includes the snake.
Come for your daughter, Chuck.
Shook. I'll let someone else tackle that, I guess.
Prior to that, when they're going up to the attic, there's a bit where George doesn't understand. I keep saying, I said George again. Charles.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
He's a very George guy. It's okay.
I guess so. I don't know why. Charles is looking at the door and he it's locked, and he's just questioning how the ghosts get in there. I just found that like a really silly line of we don't know really other than the sheets, like a stereotypical ghost in this world. Like, does he not know that like ghosts can phase through things, or doesn't he doesn't know their physical presence of not being able to phase through things? So I don't know. It was just silly to me him saying like how they get in there.
It's impossible.
So
I agree. And he takes the handbook, right?
Otho does.
Yes. Otho takes the handbook when they come upstairs, so I do
Kind of like how sassy he is with it.
Yeah, Otho
I think that's in the next act, but just because he has the book, how much power he thinks he has now.
Otho's very much he's a good side character in the sense that he's very gimmicky, but he's very well characterized what little screen time he has. Aside from the potentially one character assassination trait.
I'm like, funny enough, does he have more screen time than Beetlejuice?
Probably.
It's probably close.
Yeah, I would say probably close, yeah.
I hate that the book is not a ghost book.
Yeah, me too.
I have no idea why it's an actual book. And it's a standard book that they give to everyone that dies. Or a group, whatever the scenario is. It's you require it to go to the office, the waiting room. Standard issue. How are ghosts not discovered at this point?
World building is hard.
Trying to find any excuse around that, but the reason for it being there is because Adam and Barbara are very forgetful about it. Like, they don't keep it on them at all times.
Yeah, it's a MacGuffin, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is. And there's nothing proving that it's not technically a ghost book, and it's because of the belief it can be seen from Otho. Yeah. But there's nothing prior to the book being around where it's not seen by a person.
You can make excuses for why Lydia can see it, but you can't really make excuses for why everyone else can as well. Because everyone else, while they don't interact with it, know that it exists. You know.
Yeah, but there's no scene of the book being around with them not being able to see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Which definitely plays into the whole it's just a physical book. So that's so big that it's in that vein of it's a physical thing.
I quite like that Lydia is the one to try and get everybody to leave the attic.
Yeah. It'd be weird if Charlie was.
Yeah, like I said, in character for her. Again, it's also supporting her, the fact that she actually likes the ghosts and their relationship she has with them.
I agree. I like the transitional usage of the shot of the banister on the staircase turning into the snake. I thought that was very smooth.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean.
Like the movement of the hand on the banister, keeping an object in frame of movement, so it's not just like a hard cut.
Yeah, it was a little peculiar, the circumstances of her like gliding on it, feeling it, because usually people don't just touch the banisters unless they're walking down the stairs, but it's possible. It happened to happen. That was it for me right there.
And it did play with shadows too.
Yeah. And for having a stop motion figure superimposed onto the footage of the people, I think it actually looked pretty darn good. The snake the snake felt like it was in that area.
Yeah.
Unless they had a life-size snake, which I don't know if they did.
Yeah. Listen, this was the basilisk from Harry Potter. This was his first role, so.
Oh, man, he got work done.
Yeah, because the basilisk is the coolest looking snake I've seen in anything.
Yeah, it was before he, got the Chris Evans, like workout treatment, and
Yeah, but I like that it's all it's stop motion of the snake with green screened on parts and instances, and then just blown up to the size, or if that's actually the legitimate size of the stop motion, which would be cool. But I like the instance where it's looking at Lydia, and I think it's an actual animatronic of the mouth smiling, or is that stop motion too?
there are some scenes where I do think it's animatronic, but I wouldn't be able to point them out because they do flow pretty seamlessly.
I'm leaning towards animatronic, but it's hard to tell. Actually, it's good regardless.
Okay.
I don't really have anything else in this.
I don't believe I do either. So.
Oh, wonderful. We're on the same page. Neither do I. So we're going to the Act 3, the final act, which is going from essentially Beetlejuice not being a snake anymore and crashing the car and the model to the end of the film. And dum 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 dum. I'll go first. Let's see. The physical joke that Beetlejuice gets picked up by Barbara and gets thorns, and then is immediately quote unquote horny.
Yeah.
Found that humorous.
Yes. It was a good visual and audio gag. I don't know. I think the 14 and a half minutes of Beetlejuice are a great 14 and a half minutes. I don't think there's really any scenes I didn't enjoy of them. So it's definitely with the rest for me.
I would agree. Yeah, I'm thinking right now about. I like that Juno is the one that fixes the problem because obviously she would be very familiar with what his desires are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was just thinking, is Beetlejuice the number one character with the most costume changes in this film?
I would imagine so, given his power level.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. More so than Lydia or... I mean, Adam and Barbara never change their outfits. I guess unless they're summoned into their wedding outfits, but...
Yes. I think that's right.
So, once.
Yeah.
One costume change. I feel like every instance of Beetlejuice he's in a different outfit.
Yeah, I think so. But I don't have the best memory in the world.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he reuses some outfits occasionally, but yes, I would agree overall. I think he's generally in different outfits. I think you brought it up. You've been bringing it up routinely, Crimson. I think the part for me that really threw it over the edge of the fact that everyone would know ghosts exists, is when Juno explicitly brings up that they're nearly ruining hauntings everywhere. When they're brought to her for the third and final time.
Mm-hmm.
Or the second one, whichever one Juno's in his office, and they're in Juno's office and they're explicitly talking about it. She brings up how they're potentially responsible for, it's not going to be a secret anymore. I think that for me is what pushed it over the line.
Is that damaged with the end of Charles reading a coexisting book?
No.
I mean, that's a whole question of that book. Did that have to get made because of their circumstance?
It comes.
Ooh, good question.
I think it had to be made because of their circumstance, and I also think that it was the way that they revealed to the world that, hey, ghosts are real. Here's your handbook. So ghosts don't have to hide anymore. And I don't think they're going to keep that going into the second film, if that's the intent behind it.
Well, you're saying worldwide or just in the house here?
Worldwide.
Oh, I didn't get that implication. That seems kind of like a chum. I don't know. We'll see on the second one, I suppose.
It could just be their house, but
I mean, the second one trailer has a whole wedding full of people.
I have.
That kind of.
We don't know what those people
we
are.
don't know the
Though,
context.
either.
We don't know
True.
the context of it yet. But my implication
Yeah.
from that scene was that the secret was out. They wrote a new handbook that needed to be distributed because the handbooks are real. So it was distributed to every house. So it would be a coexisting, like living with the dead kind of thing that was distributed out. So for me, I took that as the secret's out.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough for me to think that. I don't know if it's like Ghostbusters where it became well known that there's ghosts until it's not, which is an issue with Afterlife. But
I don't think there's enough given to show that it might be global.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. There's not much evidence. That was my initial reading of it. So
where you jumped in, yeah.
So if you guys don't think that's what's happened, I'm inclined to agree.
I think it's allowed and overlooked very immensely of the situation that they're in.
You mean of what would be the perspective globally?
Or like for their house of coexisting
Mm-hmm.
is certainly being watched on, maybe not specifically by Juno, but by someone else to see like how it's going. Like, is that going to blow up and then more and more belief and
Well, the RIPD are probably watching.
yeah.
I would agree with that as well, considering they have a bunch of football players that also live there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good segue into what Crimson wanted to tackle on the football guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they died and just spawned at the office because they didn't know they died. They didn't get sent to where they died with a handbook and then had to read the handbook to open a door for help. They were there without knowing they were dead. Kind of an issue.
Considering how we see what happens to
is it possible not to be put in a place to be haunted?
We don't see anything on that. We know you get a book when you die.
Yeah. But like the lady who was cut in half in the waiting room, was she put somewhere to haunt and then she had to draw a door to get there? Was everyone in the waiting room through that same process?
We don't have that. We have our one evidence of you need to draw a door to enter here. Or be summoned by Juno, I guess. Be summoned by someone. And we have no reason to why Juno would summon these random football guys who didn't even know they died yet.
Maybe she just wanted the extra work.
Unless those football guys are so stuck in denial.
Yeah.
That's not her problem until they ask for help. And they don't know they're dead to ask help anyway. I don't even know why they think she's coach.
Because they're stupid.
And then they ask for a bathroom. Ghosts don't need anything. So what's a bathroom? And I'm like, okay, they're asking for a bathroom. They don't know there's no bathroom. And then she's like, read. Can you read? Which implies there's actually ghost bathrooms. So I don't know. I feel like they threw in a lot of things with these football guys
that don't necessarily help the world building.
No, it damages it.
I'm inclined to agree.
They're just there for a joke. Just for the comedy.
No implications of the world building with it.
Okay, yeah.
Right, well, there was that that I was holding.
I'll go to, I think, a very well done forced perspective camera work that I think works very well of Lydia going to Beetlejuice for help, and Beetlejuice is shown his whole torso, whole body, and the camera's aimed down on him to make him look small in the frame, and Lydia is a close-up of her face aimed up.
Yes. I agree. I know
Mhm.
exactly what shot you're thinking about. I like that one.
After looking at the Lord of the Rings appendices and the behind-the-scenes camera work on perspectives, I've seen immense work on such a thing in that field.
Truly,
Yeah.
a
I don't know why I
wonderful
put a silly
impression.
voice to it.
Yeah,
But
truly a wonderful impression of whatever that was supposed to be. But I agree. Um, I quite liked the Lydia trying to, after she prepared her note. We already went over that, so we won't rehash that again. But I do like that her conversations with Beetlejuice, and when she realizes that Beetlejuice was the one that was the snake and stuff like that. And I like that she's smart enough not to say his name for a third time.
Until the two come back and she was about to say it, and they caught her, which is
Yeah,
good on them.
I mean, like she wore, like, I imagine she was worn down off screen, but I like her instinct isn't to not say it.
Yeah.
Because no offense to Beetlejuice, he comes across as a very manipulative kind of character.
Come on, say it. Say it.
Come on, I want you to hit me. Hit me.
Crimson, what was your point on Beetlejuice's striped outfit again? Striped suit.
The snake skin, right?
Emulating
Snake skin.
a snake. Yeah.
Okay. How I took it was it's a black and white suit depicting the living and the dead.
Okay. What aspect of him is living?
Going to being the bioexorcist and going to the living and back and forth, and there's no like gray area for him. It's just the dead and then the living to take out. So back and forth of summoning.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Okay.
That's how I'm like, oh, cool. But doesn't have to be true. I don't know, just how I saw it. A detail that I didn't pick up and I should have are the wedding outfits in the attic. It's the only way for this to go through. Is if the wedding gown and the groom's tux are in the attic.
Because it wasn't moved out with all the rest of their stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because when I was asked what stays, Delia said everything goes. Which means all the clothes and everything would have left. But they didn't have access to the attic. So the only real nit in that is when they went to the attic, Delilah saw the wedding gown and everything while they were there before they left. That way, that's why she remembered something of them.
And it's also a problem at what point did they get them? Because Lydia seems to be up there before the ritual and stuff like that.
Well, Lydia's fine. But when Otho says, I need something of theirs, Delilah goes, I have an idea.
Oh, I see.
So when she was in the attic, she would have had to see that there.
You wish there was a shot showing us that she saw it?
That would have definitely made it better,
like
but
that.
I think it's just, it has to be, if they are there, like the entire, in the background, totally great. I just didn't catch it. But when Delilah says, everything in the house has to go, and we've only seen her in the attic once, she either picked up seeing them there, or she kept them. And I don't know why she would keep them if she wanted everything gone.
Well, there's also, maybe she didn't know about the dress and stuff. She just knew she hadn't gone through the attic yet and looked for something personal and found it up there.
Oh, that could be it. Just I'll go find something.
Yeah, I haven't touched that room yet. There's got to be something there. That would be my workaround. But I would have liked the scene of her looking at him while standing in there the first time.
Okay. I mean, just a great detail, I guess, for me would be if they were there the whole time, just in the background.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
So even in the instance where she's not specifically looking for them, she could have still seen them looking around in the attic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I have a question with Otho. So he can understand the book. He reads the book. He thinks he's knowledgeable before he gets the book. We are to understand he is somewhat knowledgeable. So does he realize he's doing an exorcism? Right? That's what's happening here.
He's dumb.
I'd say half.
Because he wants to bring the ghost present, but he's killing them. That an exorcism is to remove ghosts. And
Yeah.
they are turning into the what do they call them? Soulless or whatever. Lost souls. They were turning them into lost souls. They exorcised. So I don't know what that was.
I think it's just very damaging for Otho's character. Like that's the part where I feel like we're getting into character assassination potentially, because he's supposed to be an expert at this. I think he would recognize that he's doing an exorcism.
I think so.
Interesting.
Well.
I see Otho as a bag of hot air, and he only knows bits and like half of what he spouts on.
Does he lie at any point in the film before then? Because that would support you, and I would agree.
There's
not
no
really
lie,
wrong
but there's no
about him.
hard truth.
He's not wrong about anything.
No.
Like I said,
I think the fact that he's not wrong up to this exorcism proves he knows stuff.
Yeah. So like I would agree with the bag of hot air springs. I just don't know if I have enough character trait moments with him to support that as a concept.
I don't think he read through the book of how to reverse it then. You know how to start it, and then we're like, stop. He's like, I don't know that info.
That was part 2 of my issue that I was going to.
Because he got the summoning from the book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that was another issue: is why does the book on the afterlife have a spell to summon the afterlife?
Yeah. Why
expel it?
You know, why would that be included in a handbook specifically meant for the undead? Like they would not want to be dispelled.
It's not supposed to be seen by living eyes.
I think that's just depicted differently. I think it's the interpretation of how Otho read it is the exorcism situation that's occurred, but onto the afterlife could be a way of seeing someone already dead in your area for visitation. Could possibly, like, if
that's against the rules to prove life after death.
Yeah, like if Adam wanted to see his great grandmother and had like her engagement ring or something, could he use that as a way to summon her to see, then try to hunt her down or like hunt people? But it's from the form of a ghost.
I think that's far too
because
much
the human is the exorcist. Yeah.
Especially since it doesn't just show them, it kills them.
Yeah, I do not have any thought that Otho is an expert.
I don't have any reason why he's hot air either, though.
I think he's knowledgeable, but he's not an expert in paranormal activity.
And you don't think he's knowledgeable to know the difference between an exorcism and not an exorcism?
I think that the book is read like radio instructions isn't fully understood to an exorcism in the book. I don't think the book would just say, this is how to exorcise a ghost. I think it's to get a ghost to...
Right.
Like to get a ghost, to summon something. But in the way the book's written, I think is just a hard details of how to understand the book, I think.
I think it's
Otho did
a blanket.
A blanket?
Blanket statement, because he says he can read it. We know Lydia can read it. So it is
anyone can
possible
read the book.
to read it properly. Lydia read it properly. She's my source here. We know to Adam and Charlie, it seems like gibberish or hard to read. But we know someone who can read it correctly, being Lydia. So why can't Otho be able to read it properly? You're just assuming he can't read it properly because someone else can't read it properly. But we also know someone who can read it properly.
I think he can read it properly. He just doesn't know, like 100% of things. I mean, it could just fall into that he knows exactly how to summon. He doesn't know how to stop.
Sure, he doesn't know how to stop. He didn't finish reading. One of the issues is just that he's exercising the ghost when that goes against what everybody wants. Everyone wants the ghosts here for the amusement park. Everyone wants to be proven ghosts are real, but he's killing the proof. Completely opposite of the goal.
Yeah, but does that not play into him not knowing?
That's
he didn't
what
just
I'm
summon
saying
them
is
to
an
like
issue.
dance. He's
Because they don't set him up to be wrong. This is the first time he's wrong with the supernatural. Which is why and I think Ryder was saying, think it's a character problem. Because it's not set up that he's wrong with the supernatural stuff.
Or even wrong in general. Like if he was shown getting things wrong in other things, we can see he's not perfect, you know? But they said, I think you put it better, Springs. I said he was expert. You don't find him as an expert. You find him knowledgeable. That still would lend to he would understand he's performing an exorcism, not summoning or whatever. He would be able to tell
And
the
I think,
difference.
and to me, I think that just falls onto the understanding of how to read the book.
Right, but we've already counted.
To him, it's a summoning.
Crimson
To the
counted
book
that.
itself, yeah, but we don't know if he reads the book exactly the same way Lydia does. He just can read the book. But then, I mean, the blanket to me is just anyone can read the book. It's in English. It's just who can understand the book. And it could just be Lydia understands the book more than Otho. Because it's not just as simple. I don't think the book is as simple as how to perform an exorcism. I think the book has these fancy dancy words and terminologies to get the understanding of summoning, in a sense, and that's what Otho does. So also when asked, are they still here to Otho? And he goes, yeah, they're still here. I think that's also just a shot in the dark guess, because it's not a guarantee to him.
See, that's one of my points is why do you assume that? We have no proof he made that up.
I see it as assumption and as sass, because he's not actively investigating or going after ghosts or warnings or teachings or anything. It's very sidelined in the back. He's just a paranormal, superstitious person, and that's it to me. So he has like the understandings of ghosts and all this, which is kind of laughed at by his friends of Charles and Delia, even if Charles is his friend in a sense. But the little bits of like Adam running through him and he's like, you feel that? Or the little half a second of seeing Barbara, I think that's just him somewhat believing this instance, but not having an experience of belief until I guess the banana boat bit. But even during the banana boat, he's off to the side. He's not like going straight to the attic or questioning Lydia or talking about goat or anything. He's just standing. He's just present, I guess, for the other scene and the understanding of the rest of the movie to go play along. But to me, that seems out of character if he was just possessed. And he's very just nonchalant over the matter.
I'm thinking on it, and I think a lot of, I guess, because I can see Otho having the hot air character trait. I just don't. That wasn't set up in the film at all for him to have that. And my issue, I guess, with what your point of view is that it feels like it's inference built upon inference built upon inference. And my issue is that they told us specifically that he is knowledgeable about the paranormal, and then they've decided to contradict that, which for me is a lot more simplistic, because I'm not. I see that as an issue that can be resolved. Because if there was setup for those inferences upon inferences, I wouldn't have an issue to begin with.
I do agree with you, Spriggs, on what you just said about the dinner with Otho. I do think he'd be more vocal, because he is just silent in the background, pretty much. I do agree that is out of character there. Because he's invested questioning Lydia before the possessions. Then there's actual proof of the possession and stuff, and then there's really nothing out of him. So I do agree that's out of character for him there.
I just feel like if he's more of an expert on the matter, he would have stated something about the possession of what occurred. Even possibly to help Delia with her situation of the two people who don't believe her and leave.
Well, he was just asked to get proof, right?
Yes.
Who Otho was asked to get proof?
Yeah. The whole point of this is they just want proof if the ghosts weren't going to play nice and show themselves
Yeah.
or something to that effect.
Yeah, to prove to Max that it's a sound investment to do the amusement park thing.
Well, I'm happy my question about character session has spawned all this, or one of my questions about it.
I think he's the very middle of what's been depicted. I don't think he's an expert on ghost presence and material and anything, but I also don't think he's a complete lucky liar of what he's stating. I think it's just
agree with that.
the knowledge of stories that he knows, he just states because there's nothing against what he said or proof. But when he has the handbook in hand, I think he's only going to the table of contents, to a section, to what's been asked of him, but he's not looking at all the, cautions and side effects. Because even when he summons, he's like killing them. I don't know if that's the purpose of what he intended to do. He wants to use them for the amusement park. The proof for them. I don't think he's purposely his own goal of I got to kill all the ghosts.
I think the stem of our disagreement comes from the fact of how much did he understand what he was reading was going to kill them, which is why we had the whole book discussion. Right?
Yes.
Well,
okay.
To me, it kind of sounds like the assumption of the book knowledge, because we don't know if he read the whole book. We don't know if he looked up a section. We don't know if he read up to a certain point and then stopped reading. It just comes down to understanding whatever section he read for this exorcism. And even if it doesn't say exorcism and it just describes what happens, with the knowledge he has of supernatural, he would be able to infer this is some sort of exorcism. Even if he didn't read the warnings or whatever potential things were in the book.
I just realized that if we're in agreement that Lydia understood the book, is it a problem that she didn't bring up the fact that they were exercising them?
Oh, did she read all that?
We're told that she did. I don't know if we're supposed to believe it or not.
Well, we know she read the book. We just don't know if she read all of the book. So
yeah, I don't.
She might not have gotten to that part.
Read all the book.
Okay, then I'll just write that off. I was just bringing up another question because I was realizing that I'm like, anyway.
I think it also plays into Otho not fully knowing, because when he's asked to stop, he looks scared. Like he doesn't know the weight of his own actions that he just did.
Yeah, he starts flipping through the book pages. He's like, I don't know, Charles? Yes.
Charles is the dad.
Yeah. The dad.
Yeah. I keep hearing him. I keep wanting to say him. Call him George now. Thanks, Springs. So Charles is the one that asks him, and he's flipping, because I remember him flipping through pages of the book like he doesn't, because you're right, he doesn't fully understand what he just did, but the presumption to that point is all he's been doing is reading the thing that he needs to do to try and understand it.
Yeah, whether I think he only understands it to a point, or his own personal understanding of what it meant. Much like what we do on the podcast. Exactly what's happening, real meta. Exactly what's happening right here. A depiction of what occurred. And I think that's how he took what he read. Is he took it of summoning, and someone who's more of an expert on the book, or Juno, for instance, could give the exact reasonings of it.
And then Juno. Why is Juno not interfering? I would imagine there's some sort of enforcement that has to
She'd
be
be
had
caught up
here.
with something else. I don't know.
I don't know. Weird. It threatens the entire existence of the afterlife, and there's no enforcement agency trying to control Beetlejuice here.
Okay, Beetlejuice on the wild of the whole wedding marriage thing. Okay. The exorcism and why Juno doesn't stop that, I just see that as her just getting rid of a loose end. Because there's a whole room full of lost souls.
I suppose.
So. Also, the football was their second visit, right? Not their third? Because I'm trying to think, is she also a stickler to the rules, and it's like your third visit, I can't talk to you till your 125 years are up.
No,
Well,
they have
instances of
vouchers.
them asking for help. She can probably do stuff on her own.
Okay, like she did the brothel on her own, unprovoked. Like,
Yeah,
I guess that was her overlooking.
her intervention. So yeah, they have 3 vouchers, but she probably is her own free agent. She can probably intervene when she wants.
All right. Best I can guess then with Beetlejuice at the end is that she was busy with something else.
This threatens the world. Now,
does it threaten the world?
Threatens
I think the only threat to the
if
world is
finds out about the afterlife. Yeah, that would shift.
Well, yeah,
everything.
but it's all pertained in the house. The sandworm, I think, would be the real problem because that comes from like the sky and goes into Earth. Because everything else is not. There's no affecting outside the world. It's all contained in the house.
Yeah, but we don't know if Beetlejuice would have killed everybody, or they would have just ran out and then told everybody.
Yeah. Well, he killed Max and Sarah. I guess we don't know where they went.
The Saturn, the heavens, got dead. Who knows?
They got
And
blasted to
I'm
Saturn.
gonna put that as an objective issue on my list. That we get no conclusion for that.
No.
And also, they don't see the house from Saturn, and yet the worm could just fly right through the living room.
Yeah. That was my main thing: is where did the worm come from? Because Barbara was teleported there, so there's no window or door of presence from before.
Well, assuming the door would still be there, but there would be no still no access to the house outside of the door, and they crashed through not the door.
Yes, I agree.
isn't
I think the
both-
door would be present somewhere, but there's no ceiling spot in Saturn where if you hit this, you break through the ceiling.
But there'd be multiple doors, unless one door just connects them all. Because
I mean, they could be
Adam's
pocket
trip to-
dimensions.
Okay, because Adam's trip to Saturn, and then when they went together, are 2 different doors in the house.
Mhm.
They weren't both the front door.
Then that makes it horribly convenient that they just burst through the right part of the pocket dimension to come back to their specific house. Because at least in those situations, they were close to their house.
Yeah, it's an issue. Whichever way you cut it. Either it's unexplained and it's an issue, or it's convenient if we're like, oh, the ceiling shows up somewhere and the worm smashes through.
Yeah, I think it's unexplained.
Could potentially be made better or worse by the coming sequel.
I guess.
True.
I hinted at it earlier with the 3 months thing. Might as well bring it up now.
Oh, here we go.
Couple issues. We know on Saturn, the worm area, time goes by faster there. So that's way off. 2 hours has not passed from the original example. Or it was 2 hours, right? And Adam was there. 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours has not passed
2 hours, but
since she was banished from the human world into Saturn. Came back in minutes, which would be 3 seconds?
instantaneous.
So, timing issue there. the larger issue is when they go to the waiting room again, and it hasn't been 3 months or long, whatever time. There was not an extended period of time while they were over there.
Oh yeah, I missed that one completely.
I think that's the biggest one. That's pretty big.
Yeah, because Lydia would have called Beetlejuice and probably
Time definitely passed, but it was not 3 months.
Just some extended period of time. It wouldn't have been hours. It would have been days or weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 months arbitrary. We don't really know, but it would have been way longer than the time we have in the movie.
All I can go with is how long it took Max. Because that's the day they arrive is the day the dinner's planned, right? For Max and Sarah, and Max is in New York to get to Connecticut.
Yeah,
So the travel distance there is all that's there to go with.
That's less than a day.
Yeah. If that's all planned for one day. Because there's nothing of Charles making a call to Max of like, we'll set it up this day or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that they have some time issues both on Saturn and in the afterlife area.
Yeah.
I agree. I'll write it down. I quite like the, again, found family dynamic. When Lydia is thinking about taking her own life, I do like that they talk her out of it. And like I said, we discussed the how I guess we would want more from the potential of that, but I still like that they have that scene where she's being comforted by the two ghosts in her house that she's looking up to now.
Yeah, it was wholesome.
Yeah, wholesome stuff. And that transitions also into the end of the film, pretty much, when they're throwing a party for her because she got good grades.
Yeah, I think it would have been really fitting if someone did an edit of the Matilda music when she's at the end of Matilda with Miss Honey. I felt similar vibes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I guess to kind of round out the other characters, I actually don't mind the fact that there's not necessarily closure with the stepmom and her dad, because they still love her and want the best for her, but they also know that there's a disconnect. So they're really genuinely happy for Lydia having these other parental figures that she's connected to a degree that she's like really friends with them and stuff like that. So I quite like the intention behind that the parents are still distant, but they're also getting what they want out of it too. They're enjoying their new life as well.
Yes. And the inspiration of like what Beetlejuice has done to the mom's art, sculpting. The only thing that seems very character changing and different is Delia allowed the house to be converted back to its original state.
That was something I liked. That's not entirely accurate. It's half and half. Part of the house has been reverted, and part of it's still her like gray wall, and so they're actually sharing the house now. Some of it's a little bit of her, some of it's a little bit of them.
And she allowed that?
Which is not.
She's not evil,
so yeah, yeah. I think she would.
The closest thing we get to her being evil is that she's impatient, which is not necessarily an evil trait. It's just a character trait. We know she wants things done in a specific way, but she's not hardline about it. So, yeah, I think that's perfectly within character for her.
Okay, I'm on the fence about it.
Is there something you want to cite explicitly that would point out as she absolutely wouldn't do this, or?
Well, that she wants all their stuff gone. She said, yelling at Charles, "Do this before I go insane," like a whole scream match thing. Very controlling, sideline Lydia into the events of Beetlejuice being gone and the ghosts exist. And time has passed, but it just seems. I wish it was shown, I guess, more time. Like, what was the time difference of the events of that wedding to here?
Yeah.
Because that would give more into Delilah accepting change. I don't know. She
Well-
seems so more controlling
There's the aspect
to
of,
give them 50.
we always have to consider the aspect of shared trauma tends to bond people together. So maybe what had happened as well might have pushed them together too.
Well, before, when she's like, get all the junk out, we need to change things, she didn't know the original owners were still in the house. So she can be more compassionate with that knowledge. And in time frame, do we know when they moved in or anything like that?
Presumably 3 months
that week.
after they...
3
Well,
months?
I'm just thinking a particular month because she's in school by the end, so I didn't know. And she's
Oh.
been there for a while for having passed and failed stuff. as
And she
reference
wasn't in school
during
for
the events of the main
so
Mm.
August.
story. So it could be months since the wedding to the ending stuff. We don't know other than she wasn't in school and then in school. So, don't know. I'm going to bring up a huge question. And
A ground-shaking question.
it is a ground-shaking question. Are they really ghosts by the end?
Yeah. You mean
Oh,
Adam and
interest-
Barbara?
Because the summoning made them visible to everybody. And they can interact with the real world stuff. So now that they're visible and they can interact with the world, are they just people with like superpowers now?
What's the point in being dead? Yeah, I have no idea. And what's the point in living? Sorry. I do
I
think
think I get your point.
I think
they're
they're dead.
ghosts.
I still think they're dead. Mostly because
But could they be perceived as living to the outside world?
No. Only if the
No.
outside world believes that they're ghosts.
The summoning thing wasn't a belief thing, though. It just happened.
You don't think the summoning of seeing the outfits changed gave the people at that table belief that it was real?
Not more than the possessions in the dining room.
I disagree. I think the positions at the dining room was a accident and confusion, and they didn't know what it was until understanding later. And then around the table during the summoning was a wish upon what they wanted to believe in. A real seeing is believing moment.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone in the house believes that the ghosts exist because they've seen it and they know it, so they all function normally. But if an outsider came into the house, I don't think they'd see Adam or Barbara at all, unless they believed in ghosts.
Which
I guess
is
it believed
a
to the
stupid
extent of
rule
Lydia.
too. If you believe in ghosts, you see ghosts. Because then the world would certainly find out about ghosts again. With that, so enough people see ghosts for real. Okay. I don't know. I saw it as more as the summoning kind of solidified them as presence than
It
at
sounds-
the very start of the ritual they start believing.
It sounds like an interesting premise to like an M. Night movie, where you watch the whole movie thinking someone's real, and then there's a part where they twist and it's like, oh, they were a ghost.
That's funny. Yeah, I could definitely see where you're coming from with that point, Crimson. I still firmly in the belief that they're dead. There's definitely potential that the summoning altered them, but we really don't see them interact with anybody outside the people who would believe they exist.
Mm-hmm.
And I admit I misunderstood your question when you first asked it. I thought you meant they were revived.
Oh, I know. I intentionally phrased it in that way.
Okay. You wanted to see if anyone took the bait?
I did. I wanted to see how it was interpreted first.
They are not flesh and blood.
Yeah.
Not what I... Okay, maybe I didn't get across on my second. I don't think they're literally humans now. It's just, if they are perceived by people and can interact with the world, they can be
They're living in
interacting
every
as
sense of the
people.
word except the word living.
Yes.
I think if everyone on the planet believed like Lydia and the Deets is of ghosts, they're just superheroes.
Yeah.
It's like Santa.
You think you have to believe in Santa for him to be real? Is he not real?
A Polar Express had a big thing on that.
I'm gonna be honest. I
But
think I'm
where
really
do the
thinking
presents
of
come
those.
from? I guess in the Polar Express objectivity. Let's see. We didn't really talk much about the actual wedding itself. I think Beetlejuice screwed up big time. I think.
Oh yeah, the
what's
wedding
her
bit
face
is not intelligent at all.
screwed up big time. Why couldn't they just say Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice? Why they're like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice? They take an hour to say the next name.
Yeah, I wrote that in my notes too. I'm like, wow, no, they don't. They really don't want him to disappear.
I
If
know.
that was their plan, big fail.
Yeah, it was horrible.
I do think the priest that was summoned to ordain the wedding was much like the beetle sitting in the chair. And it wasn't an actual person, it was a
Like a
manifestation
golem.
it was a summoning that he could perform.
that he performed.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
Because otherwise that's forcing someone against their will.
that checks out to me.
Well, I don't think he's against forcing people against their wills because he makes them talk when they don't want to talk.
Well, yeah,
But I do
possession.
believe they are manifestations.
I think it was funny he drove like a model car into Beetlejuice's foot.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be weird. How can that car move if it's a model car?
Electric. I don't know.
That would need
Then
a
again,
remote.
Beetlejuice crashed it.
I don't even know how it got crashed because he was the snake. He got summoned back, and then he's just by this broken car.
Yeah, he falls out
Right?
of it. So he got summoned into the car.
He got summoned into the driving car.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. That's actually weird. I don't know why that's a thing.
Yeah. Overall, this.
And then,
good and
why didn't he just summon a ring? He could summon everything, but he's just padding out the time when
'Cause
he
he's a
wants this rush.
goofball.
He's using his ring that he gave to his previous wife or whatever. I guess I don't know.
It was a good joke. She meant nothing to
Yeah.
me, I swear. That was funny. Like Lydia would care.
Yeah, she's too busy being horrified by everything else.
Well, she just saw two people die.
That's true.
Yeah.
Again. Die again.
That's
Oh,
what's-
right. No, never mind.
I'm talking about the.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
killed
Max and
the
Sarah.
boss and his
Dead.
wife.
Poof, gone. Vamoosed.
And this is a very small
they,
detail.
they should come back as ghosts, but their heads are all squished.
That would be pretty good. They're in the waiting room with squashed heads.
Yeah, they look like Hey Arnold.
Imagine them just sitting there awkwardly with Beetlejuice. That would be a fun closing scene.
That would be pretty good.
Just
So,
those
what
some-
happened to you guys?
Yeah, guess you didn't make it.
My bad.
I do like the ending scene with again, it gets back to the core of the movie with the kind of romantic banter between Barb and Adam, and now how Lydia being included in that when they're going through her grades.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's also
Again,
a
sucker for
nice
Family Guy.
detail of coexisting that Lydia stopped by the store to get stuff for Adam because he can't leave the house.
I love it. It's that stunning. It's that found family that warms my cold dead heart.
Got things for him, took photos of the new courthouse or something so he could adapt it into his model.
So like they're both. See, part of me is like again, this love found family done. She's expressing her hobby in a way to help his hobby, and I love it.
Yeah.
Because her hobby is photography
With
she's model making.
one-line use.
Yep. Good shit. Makes me happy.
Man, the scores on this one are going to be interesting. Anything
I
else? Rack 3.
do. I do. The final waiting room bit, Beetlejuice is in there, and they introduced an issue with the numbers. We see a lot of the people from previously in the waiting room. Shrunken Head Guy and I think Shark Guy is still in there.
Legs.
And the Half Lady's still there. So they're still there from the previous day. Did they go a second time out of their 3? Because the number started at 1 again, which would imply they're at a different day of work hours. So their numbers never came up, I guess. And to tack on to the numbers not making sense, Beetlejuice got 9,000,000,998 whatever in the trillions.
the
So
human race
this
got
movie's
wiped out.
confirming.
Interesting.
This movie's confirming that there's aliens. Because there's more. That's way more humans than on Earth.
Well, what if it was just? I mean, the commas is the big thing into his number, but what if he just unrailed the whole number and it could have just been clicked off at like the 7? Because the guy next to him had 4. Because when Adam touched it and the whole thing just kept going, it wasn't just one number; it was a whole reel.
No, it cut off at Adam's number.
Adam? Oh, I thought he just kept like pulling it and just a whole thing.
No, it cut.
Okay.
It'd be interesting if Juno was the one that sabotaged him.
Yeah.
That would be the only reason I could think of for the ridiculous number, outside of all the obvious stuff that they're counting in animals, aliens, and everything else.
I mean, if it was animals and insects, it would be a larger number than that too. It's everywhere. Yeah. So I'm going with the alien route. I find that very interesting.
That would be real interesting in the next movie if that's tackled. Probably won't be, but that'd be something. My last note I have is Beetlejuice stronger than the sandworm, or does the sandworm suck at its job?
I mean, what is the sandworm? You could buy it for 13% off, which made it sound like it's a car.
Yeah.
So she rides it later. So I don't know what the sandworm is.
She also punches it in the face.
Yeah.
I
don't think it has a job.
It eats ghosts. It's like a predator prey, but it's not good at what it does. Like, it's just an animal.
Yeah. I think
but if you step outside of your, I don't even know what to call it, your possessed area, then you go to Saturn.
Yep. I think that's it. Just a wild animal, and you get spawned on a planet if you go outside your area.
Okay. Well, it looked like a
what
direct
that means for
hit
Beetlejuice
on Beetlejuice.
when he got eaten, I don't know. Did Beetlejuice say Beetlejuice 3 times so he would get out of the stomach?
That'd be weird. I wonder what would have happened if Beetlejuice tried to walk out of the house.
Well, he's not confined to the house, presumably.
He chose to move there, so...
Yeah. I don't know. He's the ghost with the most, babe.
I'll say this. The second movie is very important for his character in this movie.
A bit, yeah.
They can absolutely destroy him in this movie.
Or help him. We got...
Or help. Or
it's possible.
It's possible.
It could be neither.
It could be neither.
Neutral. I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it could like help things and then worsen things to neutral it out.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out one day.
Anything else? Rack 3?
I think I'm out.
Crimson?
No, I think that's it.
I think I got all the major ones.
Okay.
They were all my stuff was either mentioned already or we talked about already. So.
Oh, splendid. Well, in that case, we will go to summaries and ratings of Beetlejuice. Let us begin Let's start with writer.
Sprinks.
Nope.
All
Start with
right.
writer.
I'll do my subjective first. Family movie. Still love it to this day. Real up there for me. It's rewatchable. I enjoy it still. May not be my favorite Tim Burton movie. I don't know if I have a favorite Tim Burton movie that I think I love with all my heart. But still a solid movie. I rewatch it every now and again because, again, grew up with it. Still like it. I'm at a solid 7.5 subjectively. Objectively,
Oh boy.
yeah, it's not gonna be as bad as you think. But my rating definitely did go down over the course of this podcast.
I was going to say, I feel like it changed.
Oh yeah, it definitely did. At the start of this podcast, I was at a 7.5. I am now, I think, at a 6.5.
Wow, that actually is surprising.
Yeah, it is a bit of a significant drop for me. I did not realize. I knew the world building was pretty bad, which was kind of what did a lot of the damage for me. And I could see some of the mechanics that were forcing the plot in directions. That's what had lost its points, and what had lost its points originally. And then I had some character nicks. The character nicks got worse. They were tied directly to the world building, and the plot also didn't help either. I still think it's a good movie. I still recommend it. I'm at a 6.5 objectively.
Okie doke. That's actually a little surprising. That seems higher than I would have guessed.
Well, there's no blatant character assassination. There's just been character nicks, and
yes,
so.
But it seemed the world building was a lot of ticks to that.
Yeah, the world building on my scale is about 2.5 points roughly. Characters is about 5. It kind of falls in that range for me. So that if world building is the worst thing ever and everything else is great, you're still going to get at best probably a 7.5 out of me.
Wonderful. I learned something about your scale. Yeah. Great. Let's go to Crimson.
All right. I'll go with my subjective. This was my second time viewing it. I remember thinking it was an alright film the first time I saw it. And I think it's elevated a little bit more beyond alright to the decent, enjoyable. Therefore, I'm having it at a subjective 7. I'll probably watch it again. I like Beetlejuice. He's funny. I liked every minute he was on screen, every second. I would enjoy more of him, assuming they balance it properly, because I agree with you guys. It's all about how they utilize him, not just that he's there. So it would be nice to see him there, well utilized, longer. And none of the characters annoyed me, so that's always a plus. Objectively, I think I brought up a lot of smaller issues and a couple larger issues. I think the rules of Beetlejuice's name were very blurred to the point of why they needed to be blurred. It seems quite simple. You say his name 3 times, you summon him. But the first instance of that, it doesn't summon him. It brings them to him to where they have to dig him up and talk to him. That doesn't do it. But when Lydia does it, full on, I'm out, baby. Let's get married. Completely different between the 2 instances of summoning him. And I find that inconsistent because all he wants to do is get out of the little prison he's in there, down there. So inconsistent with that. The home thing was a weird addition, very convenient. She figured that out. What are the implications of just saying something 3 times? Is that directly tied to Beetlejuice or just something ghosts can do? Questions have been asked. The question of what's Beetlejuice doing there, why he's connected to these two. The obituary not really making much sense in the grand scheme of the afterlife because there would be a lot of deaths. And it's a pretty small newspaper. If it's localized, why is it localized? So questions to be had with that as well. The football guys, should be completely removed because their addition just muddies the waters.
Raises more questions.
Yes, they're in the waiting area. They're in our office. They don't even know they're dead. So the whole you spawn at your house or spawn somewhere with a death book that you can use was not affected towards these guys, and that then you have to ask why. Why are they the exception? And there's no answer for that. In the beginning, I talked about how they didn't react like humans to them being dead, either missing family members or missing some aspect of life. They just get straight to asking questions about the afterlife, which is you would need to tackle that, but I do feel like there's a human element missing. Even they could make it more jokey to fit the tone. It doesn't have to be a serious like breakdown of them crying or something. All right, I touched on the beginning of the pod about the not having much reaction as humans would after the afterlife. I do think the curiosity of asking questions is natural for trying to figure out stuff, but once they realize they're truly dead, I feel like they should have reacted. Even though it doesn't have to be serious, you can play it off in like a jokey manner to keep the tone. I think depicting their deaths was an inconsistency, considering the hanging guy is still hanging when he could have just probably jumped off the rope. So I would imagine they would still be wet even if they dried themselves. So I believe that to be inconsistent. The self-mutilation is an issue without setting up them learning they could do that without consequence. Their power scaling going through the roof with the whole possession and shrimp turning into hands bit, I think is too much with no setup of them learning or being told by Juno or someone else how to do that from the powers we see them before. The question of why can the moaning be heard but not their voices? There's a lot of nicks here, and we're talking about negatives, but I'm trying to justify the number I'm going to give it. The fact that the books exist in the physical realm with the living,
God damn it,
causes a lot of issues. Of one of the core problems being the afterlife supposed to be a secret. So why the heck are the books not ghost books? That's a problem. And Otho, I think, is the only character I think was damaged or inconsistent with himself. I do believe he would know it was an exorcism. I do also believe he would get lost in himself, being confused what's happening after it's failing, because he didn't read all the book. I could believe that. I agree with what Sprink said of him. He would have said things after the possession at the dinner table. I believe that. So I think both of those are nicks to his character, but everyone else I feel is consistent. And then there's the issue with the time stuff, both on Saturn and the afterlife. So with all those negatives, I'll bring up in the positives. I think the acting's good. The practical effects are good. The music stands out as being unique. The costume design's good. So most of the things that aren't world building, I think, are good. But I don't really have a like 50-25% that Ryder was saying for character and world building. It's all mangled together with everything else. So objectively, I'm giving it a 5.5.
Wow. Okay. That goes up to me to last. I'll go in tandem with you two of subjective first. This movie's highly enjoyable. I'm entertained every time I watch it. I think it's very funny. I think it's very well themed. It's one movie that's now been stapled as like a Halloween spooky month time film. Also being a bit more the family friendly than the gore fest horrors out there. And I think it's very good. I have my subjective at an 8.5. I really enjoy Beetlejuice, and I'm very excited to see the second one. Subjectively, I'm kind of in tandem with what Crimson said, and with what Ryder. Sorry, objectively. Whoops. Objectively. The world building is trash. There is no explanation. There's no training part of Barbara and Adam knowing their ghost powers. There's no explanation of the book, how well Otho knows things, how well the afterlife works, and just the world building is crap. But the characters are amazing, and I think they all stick to their roles really well done. They all get really good introductions. The interactions they have with each other in situations, I think, is very good. I think the acting portrayal by all of them are very well done. I think they're all amazing actors. Top of the list, I guess, would be Michael Keaton because he's almost unrecognizable in this role, and it's the only role of him that I know he goes this manic of. And it's really good showing his range. I think it's really great. But everyone does a phenomenal job. The lighting is very interesting to me. I like it because it's practical usage over artificial. But that's on the subjectivity of it. But of the usage in this, I think the color theory of reasoning for it, and again of the time being the 80s, and what they had access to, I think just really complements the scenes and characters and emotion that they're trying to convey in the bits with the colors of being used of that lighting. I think the practical effects all work well, and the stop motion of Tim Burton is a very iconic look to it. And I think that's really well done. The score by Danny Elfman, almost said Michael Giacchino, by Danny Elfman, is iconic and stands out and is very big for me. Beetlejuice. Oh boy, what else is there? The writing, I think, of what's being said is understandable to a point of dialogue and expresses the right how do I word this? The right direction, I guess. The right direction of where the movie's going, of what the characters are believing. And there's nothing, I mean, one point we brought up was Otho not saying anything after the possession, but if there's nothing, it's better for nothing to be there for him than something out of pocket that wouldn't fit him at all to be placed. So, like a situation like that, I don't know how many there are in the film, but they didn't need every single character talking about every single situation at every single time. And I think that's just well paced for it too. The pacing, I think, is very good for an hour and a half movie. It's very compiled well for that. Costume design, I think, is also great. All the characters stand out in their outfits, and it depicts what their characters are, which I think is really cool. There's probably more theory to Adam and Barbara's outfits, since that's the same outfits they're in the entire movie and how it relates to them. But I didn't look into that. And of course, I always miss out something else. But overall, I have my objective of this film at an 8.
One more thing to tack on to mine, 'cause a lot of mine was world building issues. Character stuff I forgot to mention was how they're both dumbed down. The main two, I'm blanking on the names right now. Adam and what's her
Adam
face?
and Barbara. We've said it 50
Barbara.
times. Don't worry.
That's all right. Well, 50 more times and I might get it. How they're both dumbed down, like the attempting to scare them, then giving up immediately, pretty much after the sheets. Them not saying Beetlejuice 3 times quickly and taking long pauses. Beetlejuice also being dumb with how he was handling them. So they were dumbed down for scenes as well. So there we go.
Yeah.
I'm done.
No, I agree. They have been dumbed down for movie moments. This movie definitely has a lot of movie moment scenes.
I'm probably going to be adjusting my objective again come recap for this one. So I'll say that right now. I guess with that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
Think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, happy Halloween, happy October to all you listeners out there. As always, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for listening and watching there. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Moran.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.